Hey tea sippers, hey tea sippers. What it do? How we doing today? How we doing? So listen, Auntie Fee knows she late. She had to handle a little lightweight business. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of lightweight business. Yeah, but I'm here now. Ta-da! 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 Did I take it off? Hey. Hey, tea sippers, how we doing today? Yeah, Auntie Fee had to handle a little lightweight business. What Scrappy say? Be naive. So before we go off into what's going on with the vote today for Virginia, President Obama, you know, one of the last. Hey, Aunt Esther, how we doing? How we doing? How we doing? So listen, before we go in there and listen to what's going on in the political streets today with the push. All right, all right, all right. Okay, okay. Yeah, my voice coming back, ain't it? Hey, precious. Yeah, but before we go off into some political business today, I thought that I would show a little face because, it looked like that's what we're going to have to start doing so that YouTube won't think that we AI. Woo, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that, like that, like that. So I'm going to play a little bit of what's going on in the streets today. Virginia's voting, and it's a very important vote to make sure that they get Trump out so that we can impeach him. He got to go. And baby, when I tell you he's scared, he doing some type of monkey call, some type of mega call, like, I need help. I need help. Help me. Yeah, y'all see what they doing to me. Oh, I'm finna go to jail. I'm finna go to jail. I'm finna go to jail. Yeah, he feel it. You know how it say, I can feel it all up in my spirit. Yeah. Devils have spirit too. Yeah, he feel it. He feels it. And he's crying out for help. Tucker Carlson is saying, I apologize. I'm sorry. We done heard Candace Owens kind of say she know, I believe the hype. Uh, don't believe the hype. She used to believe the hype, but she don't believe it no more. I'm sorry. Tucker, he is doing the same thing today because the people who helped him get in the office now understand that his whole story, his whole pitch was a lie. It was a lie. And so now they feel it. I know some people are going to be in the closet waiting for me to talk about my video. If y'all want to know why Auntie Fee was like, go back and check that other video. I had to handle a little Mo 3 sector business. Somebody who thought they was going with me. Okay? Because they are backstabbing. And the people she stabbed don't wanna expose her. And her lady in the midnight hour that she had went behind the scenes and apologized to some of these folks. Oh, I'm sorry. Please don't make me. Please don't make me. I'm going through right now. I have problems. Yeah. Girl, don't you? So listen, let me go. Oh, hey, self-made. I caught it late in the midnight hour. She, God gonna turn it around. It's gonna work. Yeah, she tried to Fred Hammond on the cool. Yeah, she'd apologized behind the scenes. So she's walking. Y'all check my diet. I'm gonna have to stretch my lips, acting like everything cool now. We ain't got no problem sitting on platforms trying to get some work in. Child, please. Yeah. But anyway, let me get on. She tried me, self-made. Y'all check out self-made. He is the content creator also. He's kind of universal as well, like Auntie Fee. So check him out. Check out old self-made. Self-made, I may need your help. I may need to reach out to you on IG. But anyway, let's get to it, y'all. Let's listen. Let's check this out. See, Obama saying, and you know, anytime Obama pop out on Trump, you know he's sick. He know he can't. He know he can't compete. Just like the old butt-faced girl tried to compete with me, girl. If you could, girl. Oh. Anyway, just let old Auntie Fee, yeah, talk her talk and walk her walk. Cause when you try to play these games with me, boo boo, it ain't gonna work in your favor. Yeah, while you over here and pew, pew, I'm chopping shit down. Anyway, yeah, y'all ready to go? Y'all ready to go listen? Cause you know Obama, he out on the route talking that good sense against his nonsense, and he's scared. Please. Apologizing behind the scenes. Yeah, that's that Trump shit. That's what he was doing, talking all big and bad on the forefront. All along, he up there trying to make deals, peace deals. That's why they left his ass hanging yesterday. Yeah, because you talk that shit behind the scenes, you begging. That's how they know you ain't for real, because he ain't man enough to really pull his Depends diaper up. That's who wear diapers. Girl, you have on a whole man cup in front. Girl, you... Oh, Lord Jesus. I'm going to try to be nice from this point on as it pertains to that over there. But let's listen. I'm going to go into the other room and allow you to listen. I may turn it around so you can see what's really going on. Let me see which background I want to switch. But y'all come on in, hitting the like button. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Support the platform. Auntie Fee, AUNTEAFEE on Cash App. Y'all ready? Are you ready? You ready? Are you ready? You ready? Are you ready? Hey, she tried it. Wrong answer. Wrong auntie. Yeah. What it say? Common grounds. Let's switch this around. Let's see what's going on. What's going on?
A Today exclusive, part of NBC News' Common Ground initiative, aimed at bringing people together in search of solutions to the challenges we face across the country.
Well, Jenna is here. She had a chance to sit down with each of the 4 former U.S. presidents for their reflections ahead of America's 250th anniversary in July.
Yeah, I did. You guys, the former presidents were all gathered in
and get that lady back her mama. Get that lady back her mama. And stop begging for Bitcoins. I'm sick of all you beggars. Sitting up here trying to act like you all that, and behind the scenes you begging your ass off stealing. Yeah, I guess that's the pattern. Yeah, get out there and get it the right way. Stop stealing. Get that girl back her mama. Ain't that Savannah Guthrie? Not this one. That's that Bush girl. But wasn't it? No, girl, get on out the way now. Ain't that Savannah? Yeah. Yeah, get her back her mama. It ain't her fault that you scared of them Epstein files. Hey, me, cash in charge. Yeah, give her back her mama. Oh, dang, I'm trying a new drink today, Lord. I hope Miss Tom don't come in here asking Auntie Fee what she done ate. Oh my goodness. Okay, y'all, let's listen.
Anniversary in July.
Yeah, I did, you guys. The former
Hey,
presidents were
Crystal.
all gathered in Philadelphia at a private event hosted by the History Channel. It's called History Talks. It's in partnership with our parent company, Comcast. I caught up with each of the former presidents on the sideline of the event. We talked about what inspired their service to our country, their legacies, and I asked them to share their messages to the American people on our country's historic anniversary.
Cashy busy, twerking, swerving them hips.
It's a time-honored tradition, 250 years strong.
Maybe I need to play this one last. I don't know. Maybe I need to get to Obama. Yeah, because that's who we scared of. Hold on. I didn't know all this was on here.
Meet the 6-in-1 rice cooker from Our Place, powered by Fuzzy Logic, featuring 6 modes. Presidency.
9/11.
Oh, yeah. He was a part of the fake cover-up.
I think history.
Let's go.
Books are gonna look back and say,
They're going to say it took a black man to make hey, Janet, some type of
your
change.
presidency was a historic one.
Historic.
You were the first black president of our country. What do you think the history books are gonna look back? He was a historic one. You were the first black president of our country.
That he
the
was
history
trying
books
to
are
get
gonna-
equality for all
Your
people.
presidency was a historic one. You were the first black president. He was a historic one. You were the first black president of our country. What do you think the history books are gonna look back and say?
It's very hard for us to judge our place in history. That's up to other people.
Intelligence.
I can speak about what an extraordinary honor it was to serve the American people. I can speak to how inspired I was to hear the stories of folks out there who were doing wonderful things in their communities, helping each other out, being good neighbors. Maybe one thing I am proud of is the fact that I think we upheld the integrity and the honor of the office, and how we conducted ourselves and how we ran our administration.
What are you most grateful for?
Honor.
Good neighbors. Maybe one thing
more than
what
integrity.
An extraordinary honor it was to serve the American people. I can speak to how inspired I was to hear the stories of folks out there who were doing wonderful things in their communities, helping each other
that
out.
old cliche, you don't miss something until they gone, baby. I'm sure everybody who thought he wasn't doing nothing, everybody thought that he was catering to this and that or didn't cater enough. I was watching something the other day. It was Trump's, one of the people, excuse me, who did his, who wrote his messages, who really thought that Obama, and I was like, how could you think that Obama, it was fascinating to me because they felt like Obama catered to black people instead of all people. And here we have black people who said Obama didn't cater to black people. Isn't that fascinating how we are just so separated? It's such a great divide. How in the world could you say he didn't cater to all people? Now, one thing you have to give President Obama is that he was about equality, not one side or the other. He is both sides. Well, no, really, he is the chosen, because all sides come from one shade of the chosen 50 shades of brown. Let's be clear. But how we have it set up, a divide, because that ain't nobody but the devil. Because if you are a believer in Christ, we are all one. And we all come from one color. Yeah. And it's the darkest shades of the 50 shades of brown. We all in there. The devil know that, though. The devil know that. But he wanted to separate us. into, light skin, dark. I mean, how black, white, and it don't matter how many. I'm gonna leave that alone. That ain't what we're talking about. But they felt like Obama catered to blacks. And if you ask anybody that is black, did he cater to black people? They're going to say no. Absolutely not. See, that's the problem. When you don't give in one way, the other going to find fault. And if you give in to one way, that's why I have always appreciated him for striving for equality. Because if we're going to go to what the real divide was and is, it's equality. We want to be equal. Not one better than the other. Not one having an opportunity over the other. If it was equal, there would not have to, there would be no need for DEI. There would be no need for it. It was in place because it was no equality. And Trump know that. That's why he took it away. Everything that he is undermining is about equality. One shape, form, or fashion, because he has a different agenda. This is why Carlson and Rogan and Candace and, majority of the people who in the MAGA group are apologizing now. See, they thought that the whitewash was just about washing it for, race, for race. Now you're understanding the whitewashing was for a planned agenda. And it don't matter what color you are. Their agenda is this is between good and evil, lies and the truth. They whitewash the truth. When you whitewash history, the original foundation of us all. Hey, room shaker. And when you start tampering in that manner, yeah, you have an agenda. Yeah, and that is to deceive all people for your agenda. So that's what's happening to MAGA right now. They are realizing that the whitewash just was not about fooling the darker shade of the 50 Shades of Brown. It was about fooling everybody who believes in Christ. Again, I'm going to say, we can act, there's some people out there that act like God ain't real if you want to. You can play with that black magic when you want to, if you want to. But one thing is for sure, the devil knows that God is power. God is real. The devil knows. So it would be in your best interest to get in contact with old Big G. Not that little old GG. Not the bottle. Woo! Let me see. Auntie Fee, I thought you said that you, I just got to put it in there since we talking about G's. Not that GG. I'm talking about Big G. As Room Shaker would say, the one and only. Yeah, Big G. You better get in tune with God. Yeah, you better make time for him. Yeah, and if you don't know him and if you don't believe him, you better start, because the devil, that in which the playground that you stay on, he do. He do. Yeah, and you better. Yeah, before you be in a lake of fire with the devil. Let's go. This man was about equality, even though they try to make it very difficult for him to get anything through. See, that's what Trump is feeling right now. Now he's feeling like he less than. He feeling like, well, dang, I'm feeling like I don't have power. Yeah, they clipping you and exposing you. Yeah, clipping you, popping you in them kneecaps. Yeah, you can't move, you can't walk forward. Yeah, you feeling it. Well, that's what we did to Obama. We made it hard for exactly. What goes around comes around. What they say, this is the year for Aquarius. Yeah, you better wake up. Let's go.
Folks out there who were doing wonderful things in their communities, helping each other out, being good neighbors.
Being good neighbors.
Stories of folks out there who were doing wonderful things in their communities, helping each other out, being good neighbors. Maybe one thing I am proud of is the fact that I think we upheld the integrity and the honor of the office, and how we conducted ourselves and how we ran our administration.
And it haven't been the same since you left. Let's just be clear. Especially if they say Biden wasn't really Biden. And yeah, it ain't been the same since you left, sir. Job well done. You served us well, whether they realize it or not. They feeling it now, though. They feeling it now. Oh, Obamacare is horrible. Da, 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 da. They feeling it now. And guess what? They know, he know your voice carries weight, baby. Ha! What? Your voice, sir, carries weight. And he fumbling and stumbling. Let me get to it. Let me see what Bill, Bubba. Bubba, now I'm looking at you side eye because you put your pickle, you let him have your pickle juice. He had your pickle juice, Bubba. Huh? Oh, cause he said he could do what Monica Lewinsky. Yeah, you took that challenge too. Hey, I mean, it's out there now. Yeah, this is what happens when you try to compete where you can't compare. Yeah, he thought he could outdo the blue dress. So he got on his knees begging that pickle, please. Ooh, I need some potassium. He wanted that pickle juice. He needed some protein. And he wanted old Bubba's. But let's carry on, Bubba.
For all your years of service and your time as president.
Woo, I ain't gonna act right today, am I?
I'm grateful that I had a chance to do what President Kennedy said everyone should want to do, to make maximum use of the talents God gave me and to do it in a way that benefited other people. You can get up every day, no matter how bad it is, you can make something good happen for somebody. And that is a gift beyond imagining.
Well, that ain't what Trump is
How do
doing.
you hope the history books see your service?
Well, I hope it's not unlike I see your dad's and your grandfather's service, as generated by making sure everybody got a shot. My dad used to say, look, Joey, everyone's entitled to a shot. No guarantee. Everyone's entitled to a shot, guaranteed.
Why is Amazon paying me
So that's enough. That's enough of that. Let's go here. Yeah, let's I don't know about him. I'm reluctant because they say that ain't him. He one of them humanoids.
So I think my message is,
He one of them. I don't know how to entertain that right now. So let's move on. Let's go.
Donald Trump is losing it as former President Barack Obama is ready to end Donald Trump's term. He's ready. Donald
Do
Trump.
you mean to tell me he knows that right now who could end his career? Hey, Melissa. Who? Belinda Hay. Could Mrs. Tom Hay. Hey to everybody I missed. Who could end his career? Name is former President Barack Obama. Yeah, he wants to always say his full name. Barack, or whatever, Hussein Obama. Yeah. is the one who gonna push this movement through. He's sick. He's sick to his stomach. He crying, y'all. He crying, begging, please, let's go. You got folk apologizing, and you got him begging, crying on the cool, saying it's not fair. Giving a guy a shot down there. It ain't fair. Yeah, y'all see what they doing to me? Did you see what you doing to our military? You see what you are co-signing and a part of in Gaza? Do you see what you've done to the American people? Yeah, you got people snatched up out their home. Elderly people who really do wear depends. Yeah, can't get their needs done. Their medicine. Yeah, they diapers. Yeah. Yeah, just like you on diapers. Yeah. And some of them folk out there talking all that talk with man cups on and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, now you begging, you crying. And then later on you gonna be on that truth talk, that lie talk. Yeah, popping a collar that you do not have. Having meltdowns. You need a whole doctor's office, hospital up under, and a bunker up under the White House because you need so much assistance late in the midnight hour. Talking all that crazy talk because you're losing it. You better detox. You better get them parasites out your head, man. I tried to tell you.
Donald Trump is losing it as former President Barack Obama is ready to end Donald Trump's term. He's ready to help Democrats get enough seats in the House of Representatives to impeach Donald Trump. And this is haunting and taunting Donald Trump and making Trump absolutely terrified. You see, today's a big day across the country, especially in Virginia, where the Vote Yes campaign to temporarily change the Virginia congressional maps to give Democrats that 10-1 advantage. That vote is today, folks.
Let's
the
go, Virginia.
Constitutional amendment, which would immediately change the congressional map in Virginia to give Democrats a 10-1 advantage over the MAGA Republicans. It's currently an 11-seat congressional district, 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans. And so Donald Trump is terrified because former President Obama has been leading the Vote Yes campaign in order to do the temporary redistricting in Virginia in response to Trump gerrymandering these MAGA Republican states across the country. So Donald Trump calls into this right-wing radio show, the John Frederick Show, and Donald Trump's like, they're going to impeach me. If the yes vote wins in Virginia, I'm going to get impeached. Obama's going to want to impeach me. This is what, it's terrible. It's terrible. Can you believe it? Listen to how terrified Donald Trump is right now, as former President Obama is one of the leaders of the Vote Yes campaign, which is today. The vote's today, Virginia. Here, play this clip of Trump calling in the John Fredericks radio show. Play this clip.
I'll tell you, we have Mike Johnson's done a great job. But we're always fighting against this. The one thing the Democrats do, they stick together, even on really horrible policy. I always say they have horrible policy, but they stick together. They impeached me, and they had no right to impeach me.
Right.
And they did it like in nobody even knew it was going to happen.
And then moreover here, Donald Trump calling in John Fredericks, and Trump's like, can you believe it? They're actually trying to do redistricting in Virginia. It's so unfair. This is so unfair. I mean, it's so unfair. You started this in Texas. This was your idea. Democrats are just finally striking back after Governor Newsom in California was able to do the redistricting in California. Listen to what Trump says. Play this clip.
Well, it's terrible. It is true, John. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's so unfair. They even say it's unfair. They say, oh, they'll do it once and maybe they'll go back to what it was. The whole thing is ridiculous.
You started it.
She's been a horrible governor. Look at all the problems.
Oh boy, Mama, I need to call my mom today and tell her, Mama, you was right, baby girlfriend, as she would say. Hey, girlfriend. Oh my God, you was right. What you used to say a long time ago just really didn't make no sense, but it makes sense now. They make the rules and they break the rules. Now you acting like you ain't never heard of such. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible that your game is being played on you. That's what you want to say. How dare you? How dare you play us or play me on me? Oh yeah, you got to get it. You can't talk that talk and then start something to try to get your way. And when somebody plays the same game you play but better, you get sick in the stomach. Start letting go in your depend. You understand? They don't like it. Yeah, what they say? Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You played the game. Now we gonna master it. Now that we know that it's okay to play. Warriors, come out and play. Yeah, it's time to play. Since you want to play. And watch us beat you at your own game. So I tell people, I just need to know the rules. I just need to know the rules. And I'll be able to be creative enough to make it work. Since they always want to change up the rules, just like YouTube, they done changed up the rules. They don't want you to use AI because now they can't tell if you real or AI anymore. And people are making duplicate pages with the same AI information. Yeah, with a different thumbnail. Change up the title a little bit. Yeah, so they started stealing. And the wrong people are being demonetized because they not operating AI. Yeah, but it's okay. Like I said, all you have to do is let me know the rules of the game. And then I play your ass the right way. I don't have to have 50 million pages with AI stealing. Yeah, because I have morals and integrity. You understand? I have somebody that I believe in that's higher than me. Yeah, and I don't want to be judged for stealing like that. Nah. Game on. Hey, empathy. Yeah. That's what's going on right now. If anybody wondering, you got folks stealing. Oh my. You figured that. Absolutely, Miss Tom. I told you listen, I couldn't be all that I needed to be until I figured it out. Absolutely. I know what's going on. I had to figure it out. That's why they changing up. They don't want to pay. Yeah, and then they want to shut you up. Because all of those AIs was saying some of the same stuff, and it was against Trump. To the dump. He don't want the truth out. We got more truth being told than the news people was providing through AI. Now, should they have just used one page? Yes, they should have. But the truth was coming out. Absolutely. And he got so much stuff going on, they was catching it. They was catching all of his crap. Yeah, he thought that he could overload. You know, he in court over here. He in court over there. She in court. His sons is in court. His wife is in court. Yeah, the Epstein files. Oh Lord, Pistol Pete. Is that Epstein, or is it a brother? I'm getting word that he had a twin brother. I don't know if that's true or not. I really think that he had plastic surgery, but that remains to be seen. Hey Jordan, but too much stuff was coming out. Y'all please hit the like button. Please don't make me stop right now. Yeah, double tap them 3 dots at the top. Hit the like button. Yeah, so He flooded everything as a distraction from the Epstein files. Sasha Riley and the limo driver, them two are some thorns in his side, because these freaky, nasty elite, and some of them ain't elite, some of them just middlemen and bottom men that they hired to do their dirty deeds. Yeah. That he pardons. Yeah. They okay with raping kids and females. But what they don't want out is that y'all were raping men and boys as well. Oh, hell no. The world ain't gonna be able to process that shit. We gotta shut it down. They about to expose the whole operation. Going to war ain't stopped them. Oh, shit. If going to war ain't stopped them, we are in trouble. Yeah, Mrs. Tom, I figured it out. It took me a minute, but I figured it out. Yeah. So now, take their money. Yeah, demonetize. A whole mass demonetization. Over what? And then when you try to appeal it, AI, well, hell, I thought AI was the problem. So why is AI, where are the live people? You mean to tell me they don't have no humans? How do you get to the humans to review the appeal? What the hell is going on? Oh, you don't want it to be. Oh, you don't. Oh, until after midterms. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Y'all losing that bad. This is why I tell y'all, don't let nobody tell you your vote don't count. Your vote maybe used to didn't count. Yeah. But it counts. Nonetheless. Just because you don't understand how it counts. They would not be going through these measures if it did not count. Believe that. Stop trying to figure that part of it out. Yeah, I understand lobbyists, but that shit ain't working no more. Because if it was, they would be confident as they were before. They're not confident. They scared as hell. Begging on the cool. Cussing out folk, firing folk. Yeah. Can't keep his bowels and shit together. Can't keep his mind together. Man ain't had a balanced meal probably since his mama passed. And the mashed potatoes went on his head. I don't know. Y'all hit the like button. But let's listen. But I want y'all to understand. Don't let nobody, I don't give a fuck who they are, tell you your vote don't count. It's gonna count this time. It's gonna count this time. That's what their redistricting is all about. That's why I'm okay with Crockett, but she took that APEC money. I'm not overlooking that for nobody. When you take that money for APEC, whether you realized it or not, whether you knew, I don't care nothing about none of that. Now we know. You should have did your research. Now they're going to be expecting a favor. And you done took millions of dollars. Oh, they didn't give you that much. I don't know how, but you took, so you owe them a favor. Or your ass going to disappear like them 10, 11, 12 scientists that they done use to manipulate things. That done seen things. Y'all do know how, that's how I started this. I knew Trump was at the top. I just didn't know how big the circle was. Believe me when I tell you that. Yeah. So make sure when you vote that they ain't taking no millions of dollars from APEC, baby. Because they work for Israel. And something about that redistricting up their whole game plan up. They don't know what to do. They don't have a damn plan B. I mean, Auntie Fee, you talking about the pregnancy? Plan B. They don't have a plan B or C. They don't know what to do. They lost. That's why he on here crying, begging. And he saw Obama walked out like a dang stallion. Yeah, so fresh and so clean. That man got a walk, man, of confidence that trumps all y'all. And you see him coming and you like, God damn, I hate this. He too smart. He's too intelligent. He's too respected. He didn't take all of that. He didn't succumb to it. He saw it, he peeped it. He had to tip in there to see what was going on. Silly rabbits. Talking about, oh, Obama, he went to, yeah. How else would he know how to move and maneuver? Huh? How else would he know? He had to go in there and see what's really going on. Yeah, and when he started saying, "Oh no, no, we got some women here." Oh no, boo boo, I got a wife, and that's all I need, Michelle. Y'all can say what the fuck y'all want to say about her. Yeah. She make me can't wait to get home. And I tear that ass up. See, y'all ain't respect that about him. God damn. We can't even tease them with women, kids, none of that. No. Hell to the no. That's what was going on, y'all, whether y'all know it or not. Yeah, he went over there. Did he succumb to the temptation? No, he didn't. They couldn't blackmail him? No, they can't. All they can do is talk about it. All they can do is make up stories about it. All they can do is try to put their transgressions on him. Talking about Michelle ain't a woman. Now, hell, your wife right now looking more mixed breed. Like, yeah. She up here already crying. Y'all sure can't cry all of a sudden. Ivanka, Eric, Melania, Trump. I mean, Lord, only person who, well, hell, even Barron. Y'all had him stealing. Yeah. With that stock, yeah. What is it? They playing with inside trading. You finna get your baby son mixed up in your trifling family shit. His ass need to be on the first line. Yeah, put his life in danger. That's what I want to see. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Let's finish listening. Y'all hit the Bitcoin. Don't forget the Bitcoins. Yeah, now China and Russia, all of them folk over there saying, nah, we don't want nothing to do with Trump, Bitcoins. We don't want nothing. And baby, they coming out talking about how y'all pyramid scam them on the Bitcoins. Yeah, that's how y'all planned on that New World Order, Trump order. Now we hearing that they was going to call it not even New World Order, one government. It was going to be Trump World Order. I've been telling y'all this. How long have I been telling the tea sippers this? So they were about to flip the script on MAGA. Yeah, they whitewashed it for MAGA. They had him thinking it was just the elite. Oh, no, fool. I told y'all he was making deals here, there, and everywhere. He was playing in all y'all faces, making deals. He was going to be the last man standing. It was supposed to be him and Bibi Netanyahu. Hell, he even really on the cool turned on Bibi Netanyahu with Qatar. Yeah, now Qatar don't want to do no business with the U.S. None. Yeah, let's go. I've been trying to tell y'all this. Making America great again to not. I've been trying, Janet. I've been trying to tell the people for a long time now. You know, my little old voice that wasn't nobody paying attention to. Well, hell, I done pissed off some folks. Michelle Obama for, I don't think she want that job. Now, she'll be a great vice president, but I think, oh boy, I think they're going to pull in Kamala. Hell, because she done already been the president, whether we want to accept that or not. Kamala Harris has already been president. Who the hell y'all think was filling in when, oh, what they call him? Biden? Something else, Sleepy Joe? Because they say in the Epstein files, he never even made it to the office as president. He's been assassinated, they say. I don't know. I wasn't at the firing squad. So who you think was running it behind the scenes? So when it came time for her to be in that position, because even before then, she had been sworn. Did y'all forget? They had made up some sickness that he was having some procedure done. Maybe they had to reprogram the humanoid or something, and he was getting a procedure done, and they had to swear her in as president. Y'all better wake up. That swearing in was swearing her in. She's been president before. They don't want to acknowledge it. Y'all better wake up. They think they're going to slide Erica Kirk in there as the first president, female. It was Kamala Harris. You wide awake? Uh-huh. Yeah. Y'all can't stand. They whitewashed that as well. They want to act like that never happened. It happened. She was sworn in. Now, they may have scrubbed it, you know, from Google, but they swore her ass in. Yeah. So, who else? That's why it was mind-blowing for her. I can only, knowing what we know now, I can only imagine the hurt, knowing good and damn well she had been operating to a big degree since he never even was there. That's why they was talking that noise about the auto pen. It was an auto pen because Biden was never there. So they probably gonna use her as vice president again. Because the more they expose what's really going on, is the more they're gonna expose they plan to have Erica Kirk being the first female president. Because they already know that what's his name, Vance, is against war. So they gonna, you already know if he make it, what's gonna happen to him. And then Erica Kirk, who is a Zionist, who is Mossad, who is human trafficked kids in, what is it? What was that place? Where was that big mistake? Absolutely. Where was the Romania? Yeah. So they had it all planned out. It was supposed to have been Charlie Kirk until he started seeing the plan. See, the whole plan had to be exposed to him. And he was like, oh, hell no. Oh, wow, no. I really am a believer in Christ. I thought this was just for politics. Yeah. Y'all better wake up. Let me let this play. I need to, oh, Miss Tom here. Miss Tom, I got a new juice I'm drinking today. Can you see it? This one. For my gut. for the gut health. That one. Now don't ask me have I ate, because I don't want to lie to you. Let's go. Y'all hit the like button.
Trump calling in John Fredericks and Trump
calling in who?
Impeached. Obama's going to want to impeach me. This is what it's terrible.
Obama,
which would
he know Obama coming. Obama's gonna want to impeach me. Oh my God! So he knows where the power push is coming. So he know Obama. Now, what about Biden? Oh yeah, I forgot he ain't there. His main concern right now, oh Lord, it's personal. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Not the darker shade of the bronze. This brother here is bronze. Yes. So you fear Obama? Trump, Donisha, you fear Obama? Oh yeah. You got the power. He got the power, and you know it's personal. You know it's personal. And you sick. Yeah, you sick. Yeah, as a wounded puppy. Yeah, puppy. Let's go. Oh, Lord. I didn't know he was going to say that. He said, Obama coming for me. Oh, my God. Trump is afraid of Obama. He got more power than you, don't he? He really do. Without MAGA, Obama got more power than you. Oh, this shit is good. Let's go. Eat up. Eat up. Let's go.
Temporarily change the Virginia congressional maps to give Democrats that 10-1 advantage. That vote is today, folks.
Vote, Virginia. Get out and vote.
Which would immediately change the congressional map in Virginia to give Democrats a 10-1 advantage over the MAGA Republicans. It's currently an 11-seat congressional district, 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans.
Absolutely.
And so Donald Trump is terrified because former President Obama has been leading the Vote Yes campaign in order to do the temporary redistricting in Virginia in response to Trump gerrymandering these MAGA Republican states across the country. So Donald Trump calls into this right-wing radio show, the John Frederick Show, and Donald Trump's like, they're going to impeach me. If the yes vote wins in Virginia, I'm going to get impeached. Obama's going to want to impeach me. This is what, it's terrible. It's terrible. Can you believe it? Listen to how terrified Donald Trump is right now, as former President Obama is one of the leaders of the Vote Yes campaign, which is today. The vote's today, Virginia. Here, play this clip of Trump calling in the John Fredericks radio show. Play this clip.
I'll tell you, we have Mike Johnson's done a great job. But we're always fighting against the one thing the Democrats do, they stick together, even on really horrible policy. I always say they have horrible policy, but they stick together. They impeached me, and they had no right to impeach me.
Right.
And they did it like in nobody even.
They stick together. They stick together. I really like hearing that. I love that. They stick together against wrong. They have been too nice. Y'all expected them to be nice, considerate. Yeah. See, that's how it starts out sometimes with good-hearted people. You start out with niceness, respect, and it blows your mind when people can't receive that. It's like, wait, what? I got to talk ignorant? In order for people to hear you, they can't hear. Yeah, they stick together. They was known for being passive, trying to work together. That's why y'all were able to defeat as long as you have. Game over. Game over. Yeah, President Barack Obama told them what they needed to do to beat you at your own game. Now it's the problem. Now the games are not fair. The games are rigged. No, you was rigging. You were the renegger. You reneged. Yeah. Now you crying. You scared. You scared. Yeah. He double crossing your ass. Triple. Yeah. Alley-oop. In the air. He in the air on your big ass. Yeah. He in the air.
Show. Play this clip.
I'll tell you, we have Mike Johnson's done a great job. But we're always fighting against the one thing the Democrats do, they stick together, even on really horrible policy. I always say they have horrible policy, but they stick together. They impeached me, and they had no right to impeach me.
Right.
And they did it like in nobody even knew it was going to happen.
They did it like in what?
Here, Donald Trump calling in John
He almost told
Fredericks,
off themselves. He did it like in what? He said they did it like in what?
You started this in Texas. This was your idea. Impeach me. This is what. It's terrible. It's terrible. Can you believe it?
Y'all hit the like button.
Terrified Donald Trump is right now, as former President Obama's
he
one
said
of the
they
leaders
did it in,
of the Vote Yes campaign.
They doing it
today,
on the Epstein files too, sir. Hey,
John
Sweeney.
Frederick's radio show. Play this clip.
I'll tell you, we have Mike Johnson's done a great job. But we're always fighting against the one thing the Democrats do, they stick together, even on really horrible policy. I always say they have horrible policy, but they stick together. They impeached me, and they had no right to impeach me.
Right.
And they did it like in nobody even knew it was going to happen.
And then moreover here, Donald Trump calling in John Fredericks, and Trump's like, can you believe it? They're actually trying to do redistricting in Virginia. It's so unfair. This is so unfair. I mean, it's so unfair. You started this in Texas. This was your idea. Democrats are just finally striking back after Governor Newsom in California was able to do the redistricting.
And baby,
in California.
when they started swinging back, woo, baby, them licks come hard and heavy, don't they? What they say, somebody putting them fifth ward beads on you. Yeah. They fighting back and they stinging that ass. You better learn today. You better play with somebody safe, baby. They started fighting back. You couldn't respect their kindness. Yeah, and now they gonna beat you at your own game. Y'all know President Obama is really, really sports active and really, really good, they say. He beating you at your own game. All he had to do is study you for a little bit. Know the direction in which you always go. All he had to do is play you a little different on the opposite direction in which you normally go. You're easy read. You understand? You're an easy read. Now you scared. Because he is in charge of, that's why he been quiet. Boy, I tell you, shout out to former president. You the GOAT. You the GOAT. Hey, Ben, I'm sorry, baby. Let me move you over. You the GOAT. All by yourself. They needed you. See, they was waiting on him to play that game about he can have a third term, and all it was gonna do is put President Obama up in his face to make that weak link fall the hell down. Down, down. I don't want to play no more. I don't have to be nice and politically astute because they have demonetized my page because I was spitting the truth. Yeah, my T-Sipper saying, I'm proud of you, Auntie Fee, for still hanging on in there, not giving up on us. Yeah, don't leave us in this foolishness by ourselves. Please, Lord, please give her whatever she needs to get her butt back together, figure this crap out, and tell the truth. Shout out to my tea sippers. Shout out to my tea sippers. Miss Tom said, we proud of you. Naturally, no, we proud of you. Me, we proud of you. For not leaving us hanging when they start playing with your money. We proud of you. Shout out to my tea sippers. Shout out to Janet hitting me behind the scene. You know we got you, Auntie Fee. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Let's go.
When you listen to what Trump says, play this clip.
Well, it's terrible. It is true, John. It's, nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's so unfair. They even say it's unfair. They say, oh, they'll do it once and maybe they'll go back to what it was. It's the whole thing is ridiculous.
Hey, Gets Pat.
She's been a horrible governor. Look at all the problems that we've got with her. The whole country is talking about it, actually. And I guess she goes down as the worst governor for the first period of time, short period of time ever. But she's totally different. She said she was going to be a moderate. She wasn't going to raise taxes. And literally in her first day, she wiped out all of the good that was done by your excellent governor. Glenn did a great job. He was a great governor. And she just wiped it out. And not only wiped it out, she put taxes on every single item. You cut your lawn, you wash your laundry. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. She went absolutely bonkers. And you just can't have this. And this is what they're going to be doing with this referendum. If the Democrats, look, if they get additional House seats, at some point, if they get these additional seats, they're going to be making changes at the federal level. So I cut taxes more than anybody's ever cut them. They will change that. So they wanted to raise taxes. They wanted to raise regulations. They want to have men and women's sports. They want to have a transgender mutilization of your children for everybody. It's a mutilization of your children. They want to have every single thing.
What in the... Y'all, put your hand over your ears. What in the... do you think you were doing when you were raping our kids? What do you think that you were doing when y'all would bust in on these kids, where y'all were filming them and unaliving them? What do you think that y'all were doing at Zero, that ranch, where they finding all these bodies? Oh, we wasn't supposed to know, though. How dare you say what somebody is doing and you're lying, because y'all were the ones who was mutilating the kids. Just in a different way. Just in a different way. But everything that you are complaining about, what they are going to do, is what you are doing and have been doing for years. Let's go.
Thing I've ever heard. She went absolutely bonkers, and you just can't have this. And this is what they're going to be doing.
Trump is the Epstein files.
If the Democrats,
absolutely.
look, if they get additional House seats, at some point, if they get these additional seats, they're going to be making changes at the federal level. So I cut taxes more than anybody's ever cut them. They will change that. So they wanted to raise taxes. They wanted to raise regulations. They want to have men and women's sports. They want to have a transgender mutilization of your children for everybody. It's a mutilization of your children. They want to have every single thing that you don't want.
And then he continues to, again, cry and complain about how terrified he is of a redistricting referendum passing in Virginia to change the Constitution. Play this clip.
What's going to happen if we lose these elections, you know, the House, in this case the House, and just, it's going to be a disaster. If they do this, they're guaranteed to pick up a lot of seats. And it's everybody knows it's unjust, including.
So then you have former President
Everybody
Obama
know
cutting
it's
heads. And this
unjust.
is
Hold on. Everybody know it's
about how
unjust.
terrified he is of a redistricting referendum passing in Virginia to change the Constitution. Play this clip.
What's going to happen if we lose these elections? You know, the House, in this case, the House, and just it's going to be a disaster. If they do this, they're guaranteed to pick up a lot of seats. And it's everybody knows it's unjust, including.
So then you have former President Obama cutting ads. And this is former President Obama's push. He says, Virginia, if you haven't done it already, make a plan to vote yes on the redistricting referendum. You can vote early by April 18th, and then Election Day is April 21st, today. Find your polling place at iwillvote.com/Virginia. Here, play this clip.
Hey, Virginia. Early voting is underway, and Virginians are turning out in record numbers to vote yes. By voting yes, you have a chance to do something important, not just for the Commonwealth, but for our entire country. By voting yes, you can push back against the Republicans trying to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms.
This clip.
Hey, Virginia. Early voting is underway, and Virginians are turning out in record numbers to vote yes. By voting yes, you have a chance to do something important, not just for the Commonwealth, but for our entire country. By voting yes, you can push back against the Republicans trying to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms. By voting yes, you can take a temporary step to level the playing field. And we're counting on you. Early voting is happening right now. Election Day is on April 21st. So go to iwillvote.com/VA to find your closest polling location. Make a plan, show up, and vote yes.
And by the way, leading to today's vote, Obama was with Mayor Mamdani in New York, and he was just hanging out with kids, just demonstrating again what leadership looks like. I'll show you a clip that I didn't show over this past weekend. Here, play this clip.
So this device is both a DVD player and a CD burner, which already makes it super useful. You can watch your old DVDs, play movies, or even burn your own discs whenever you want.
Please.
And here's the part I really
don't want
like.
to be running here and there and back and forth, and y'all not hitting the like button. Double tap those three. Double tap the face of your phone if you're listening in on your phone. Right now, come on. And if you are on your computer or whatever, there are three dots at the top right corner. Tap there and go to the thumbs up. It's real quick, real simple. Look at our president. Woo! Huh? Did he sound humble? Did he sound scared? Was he begging? Huh? The day of a scumbag hit the dirt, I am breaking open a 54-year-old bottle of whiskey, my friend. Ooh, do we need to have a shot? Yeah. 54 years. Oh, ooh, wee. Somebody will try to say that bottle need a diaper on it, a puller. Somebody, Sweeney, somebody tried to come for me and my age. Look at what, let me stop. Open that up. Take a sip for me. I may get out later on today and go get a shot. Happy hour. Let's go. Yeah, I need for y'all to get the likes up. Shout out to you, Sweeney. Let's go.
Hi guys, how's it going, everybody?
Oh my God.
I didn't show over this past
how
weekend.
cool
Here,
is
play
this?
clip.
Come on, y'all.
Hi guys, how's it going, everybody? Good. Is it going good? My name's Barack. How you doing? And what's your names, guys? Sasha. I have a Sasha.
Let me interrupt for a minute to bring you this
Oh,
important news
wow. He
story.
said, I
We're
got a
seeing a major
Sasha.
warning sign right now across the
Oh,
United
how
States, and
sweet,
it's one that can
y'all.
impact everything from wild.
President Obama,
So Donald
he the
Trump
GOAT,
was
y'all.
making social media post after social media post attacking Obama yesterday because for Trump it's like Obama's trying to get me impeached. Obama's ending my term. So Donald Trump posted, "The deal that we are making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal, penned by Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst deals ever made having to do with the security of our country.
You a
They
hater.
get $1.7 billion in green cash loading into Boeing 757s. I mean, that's not true, number one. But number two, Obama actually did a deal that had multilateral buy-in where there were mechanisms to enforce it, and you are not even able to really negotiate extensions of ceasefires with Iran. Also, Donald Trump posted the following about Obama.
Absolutely,
oh my
Janet.
God, emoji, open mouth face emoji. This is a Trump post. I'm still trying to process what happened. The highest ranking U.S. intelligence official just released smoking gun docs proving that Obama and his underlings committed treason and sedition, meaning Trump was right about everything. The news is fake, and the deep state is real. Can you believe this is what the guy's posting?
He's, baby, the word B.O. Boo Barack Obama Boo got you spooked. I mean, you spooked for real. What can I lie about now? I need more lies. I need more lies. I need for somebody to give me some effective lies. Time ain't on my side. President Barack Obama beating my ass, and he ain't even the president. How are you afraid of a former president and you support? Oh, you know you really ain't. You know you cannot measure. You know everything about him was true. Everything, whether these dumbass people don't realize it or not. You know. See, that's what be killing me. Folk be having everything to say about shit. Don't know what they talking about. Because everything they done been telling you was a lie. Everything has been a lie. But the one who's lying knows who is true. Knows who is truthful. Know who is chosen. Knows who is God sent. And you fear him. Because he's rebuking you without even saying it. His moves let you know he is putting your ass where you supposed to be. He don't even have to say it. Just how he move, you know. You know. Yeah. You know. And you scared of him. You scared of him. Because you know he walking with integrity. Integrity. Morals. Respect. He walking in a way in which you have never. You have never. So what other people can't see, because you've whitewashed it, you and your friends, you know the truth. And that's all that matter to me.
The highest ranking U.S. intelligence official just released smoking gun docs proving that Obama and his underlings committed treason and sedition, meaning Trump was right about everything. The news is fake, and the deep state is real. Can you believe this is what the guy's posting? And meanwhile, former President Obama just nails it. So while Donald Trump is doing that, Obama keeps cutting ads. And he's like, Virginia, free and fair elections are under threat from the GOP. Vote yes. Here's the ad that Obama cut. Here, play this clip.
Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of our democracy, but right now they are under threat. Over the past year, several Republican-controlled states have taken the unprecedented step.
Hold on, sir. I won't do you that way. Give me time to change the back. Yeah, I want to be fair to you. Let me change you up, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of our democracy, but right now they are under threat. Over the past year, several Republican-controlled states have taken the unprecedented step of redrawing their congressional maps in the middle of the decade. And they've done it for a simple reason: to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms this fall. In April, Virginians can respond by making sure your voting power is not diminished by what Republicans are doing in other states. This amendment gives you the power to level the
So that your vote counts. In other words, so that your vote counts. And that your vote don't count mess can be squashed. In other words, so that your vote counts. And they feeling it. They feeling it. Yeah.
maps in the middle of the decade. And they've done it for a simple reason: to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms this fall. In April, Virginians can respond by making sure your voting power is not diminished by what Republicans are doing in other states. This amendment gives you the power to level the playing field in the midterms this fall. And voters will have the final say over what the maps look like. This is the responsible thing to do. It's also a temporary measure. After the 2030 census, Virginia will go back to a system that lets a bipartisan redistricting commission redraw the maps. We can't afford 2 more years of unchecked power and zero accountability in Washington. Help us chart a better path forward, Virginia. Early voting begins on March 6th. Election day is April 21st. Vote yes, Virginia. To get involved, go to virginiansforfairelections.com.
This is one of the most accessible survival packages we've ever offered, with an easy monthly payment plan and no credit check. But this event's not going to last forever.
I'm not going to keep asking y'all to hit the like button.
They're gone.
I'm just going to
So,
cut it
if
off.
you've been meaning to
I
get
know y'all
prepared
know that.
and give your family the peace of mind they deserve, now is the time. Click the link to claim your Silver Star
I know
Survival
y'all know that.
package.
Why can't I gift you? Because you have to send it through Cash App.
You're ready.
You have a Cash App is AUNTEAFEE. Until we can figure out what we need to do. There has been a mass demonetization. The biggest, they say. People have been having accounts since, for one guy said, I was watching last night, a decade. Never had a problem. But he does a bunch of stuff. Yeah. So that's why you can't. So right now I can only accept Cash App, PayPal, or Zelle. And my Cash App should be Pent, $AUNTEAFEE. I would greatly appreciate it. And I can go get some lunch. Okay.
Click that link now.
Hey. And then you had people like Ro Khanna going.
Whole thing to do. It's also a temporary measure. After the 2030 census,
it's temporary,
other states
and then it'll be set in stone where they can get things back to the way it's supposed to be. Clean it up once they get Trump out. It should be under. Let me see. Let me do some research on how it is. Are you wanting to PayPal, Belinda? Let me figure that out. Hallelujah, sacrifice. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Raise your hands up in the air and say hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. A change, hopefully a change is on the way. Let's go. I need to be able to list
controlled
that.
states have taken the unprecedented step of redrawing their congressional maps in the middle of the decade. And they've done it for a simple reason: to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms this fall. In April, Virginians can respond by making sure your voting power is not diminished by what Republicans are doing in other states. This amendment gives you the power to level the playing field in the midterms this fall, and voters will have the final say over what the maps look like. This is the responsible thing to do. It's also a temporary measure. After the 2030 census, Virginia will go back to a system that lets a bipartisan redistricting commission redraw the maps. We can't afford 2 more years of unchecked power and zero accountability in Washington. Help us chart a better path forward, Virginia. Early voting begins on March 6th. Election Day is April 21st. Vote yes, Virginia. To get involved, go to virginiansforfairelections.com.
And then you had people like Ro Khanna going right on Donald Trump's home turf. State regime media, which calls itself Fox, and on home turf within home turf, which is Maria Bartiromo, who's basically the biggest Donald Trump bootlicker out there, or one of them. And watch as Ro Khanna, Democratic Congress member, schools Maria Bartiromo while Donald Trump is being haunted by Obama, and she tries to go and attack Obama. Watch what Ro Khanna does. This was great. Here, play this clip.
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
Well, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree, the president is in charge, but look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically, and President Obama sent money to the Iranians, and what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
What's not true?
What's
not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets. Wasn't our money. That was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and AIPAC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and AIPAC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is the other side of it that they don't want us to know. Y'all, I need for y'all to hit the like button. Now he's going into those details. Oh, hold on. Then use Trump like a puppet. He sure did. Use that ass. Use that ass. Rode him like a donkey. Rode that ass like a donkey. Y'all hit the like button. I'm double tap if you're listening in on your phone right now, or hit those 3 dots at the top right. And I'm trying to figure out what code I use. I mean, how y'all can use PayPal. Hit those 3 dots right here and go to the like button. I ain't used. Come on, I'm waiting. Let's go. Oh, it's finna get good. Yeah, now we're gonna know. Oh, okay. Let me see. Now we're gonna know what Trump really tore up as it pertains to what the deal that President Barack Obama had made with Iran before Trump was in office. What Trump tore up to be destructive. Ooh, Lord, they've been. I'm in my PayPal. Okay, I'm gonna ask them what do people need to put. Come on, I need y'all to hit the like button so we can find out what's really going on with that agreement.
Trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree, the president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
What's not true?
What's
not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets. Wasn't our money. That was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had
President
Netanyahu
Obama
come in and try to torpedo it, and APEC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and APEC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East. They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars, and that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq war. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear, but it had the whole world on our side. And APEC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax.
Y'all, is edge control. Every edge control I ever came across, it would just curl up, poof up. I sweat mid.
Congressman.
Now, going back to Donald Trump's interview with John Frederick.
Canada, the United States.
Did y'all catch that tea? If you caught that tea,
that we reached.
If y'all caught that tea, those facts, hit the like button. Double tap the face of your screen or hit those 3 dots at the top right. If you caught that tea, the true tea.
Call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree, the president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
What's not true?
Not
true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets, wasn't our money, that was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and APEC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and APEC's interest, and they've dragged us into it.
It wasn't in whose interest? It wasn't in whose interest? Are y'all listening to what y'all? It wasn't in whose interest? He said it wasn't in Bibi Netanyahu's interest or APEC's interest.
That we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets, wasn't our money, that was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and APEC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and APEC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East. They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars, and that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq war. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear, but it had the whole world on our side. And APEC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax. Congressman.
Who tore that up? Who did he say tore that up? Who did he say tore that up? The puppet master, Prentice. Baby! Huh? And y'all wonder why we were demonetized? Because the truth was too much for them to bear. How dare you tell the truth on Trump? Yes. And Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi Netanyahu gone. Yeah. Yeah, he got a mask on his face. Hello. Yeah. He is lost. Because he don't have that Netanyahu sauce. Let's go.
To another war in the Middle East. They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars. And that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq war. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear, but it had the whole world on our side. And APEC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax. Congressman.
Now going back to Donald Trump's interview with John Fredericks, then Donald Trump just started
talking about relax.
Play this clip.
Because other things, I've already fixed inflation largely. I mean, as soon as we get them to no nuclear weapons in Iran, which is going to happen, I think, very quickly. Actually.
So as soon as we get them to, well, it really ain't no nuclear weapons. So this is just whenever we decide to, but we gonna tell them until we make sure that they don't have no nuclear weapons. Well, have they ever used one before? Yeah, but you just don't want them to use one when you and that fake Bibi Netanyahu decide that y'all gonna pull the finale on y'all plan. Yeah, no.
I mean, as soon as we get them to no nuclear weapons in Iran, which is going to happen, I think, very quickly, actually. We've just decimated them. But as soon as we get that, you're going to see prices drop. You're going to see energy come down like you've never seen it before. All these things are going to happen. But I got rid of, you go right before, and even now, you go right before the fact that I had to make that little journey. After having the best economy in history.
What journey?
Well, we're going to have to take a little journey down to Iran. I know you're in favor of what we're doing. I think, yes, frankly, everyone is. They don't talk about it. But you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You want to see a stock market get hit. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And they'll use it here. They'll take out the Middle East. They'll knock out Israel in the Middle East.
I thought they said that there's nothing that they have that's going to reach the U.S. I thought that's what y'all been saying. We were untouchable. I thought we were untouchable. So they do have something that could reach us. Or they Do they or do they not? Have they threatened you with nuclear weapons or not? Bibi Netanyahu for how many years been saying they days away, they hours away, they weeks away since the 90s. Yeah. He done dangled your ass, your big hip ass. Yeah. Gave you millions and millions that you done blown. Yeah.
And they'll come to Europe and they'll come here because they are, let's say, ill.
They ill. Yeah, you ill.
We can't let that happen. So we're doing great. And I think we've already won militarily. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no anti-aircraft mechanisms and machinery. It's all gone. It's all gone. But they have no leaders, and you see what's going on. So we now are controlling the strait. We're not letting them to get any, they're losing $500 million a day by us blocking the blockade, blocking the strait, the Hormuz Strait. And a lot of good things are happening. But so we cut taxes more than anybody in history, and they want to raise them. The economy hit an all-time high, the Dow, and frankly, it's very close to it right now. With all of this, it's actually very close to it right now. But it hit the all-time highest ever. S&P is 7,000, and think of that. They thought you couldn't do that in 4 years, and the Dow is over 50,000. They said it can't be done over 4 years. It'll never be done. All of that's going to be destroyed. Your 401ks are going to go down. All of that, the great things that we did now on a national basis, it's going to be destroyed. And Virginia's going to be one of the biggest losers. We brought in tremendous business and jobs for Virginia, and now she got lucky, frankly, and she takes advantage of that. But Glenn and myself, we brought all those jobs into Virginia, and now they're going to, frankly, there are companies now are trying to get out of their deal because they don't want to move to Virginia because of her. So when you see it all happening like this, you just have to vote no. It has to vote no. You can't let this happen in the ballot referendum.
The first ingredient in Dove
Just
full
full of
body
crap.
deodorant is alcohol.
Full of lies
is
and
the number
deceit.
one ingredient in Dove full body.
Mr. President, if we can get your base out tomorrow, this is now a base election. We're going to turn the corner and win this by people voting no, and it's going to get defeated, which is going to change the entire narrative for the midterm.
And more of Donald Trump
please.
whining about Iran.
Gone, devil.
So we're going to bring it back
Devilicious.
just to what we want.
Gone, child. Ain't nobody got time to play with
It's
you.
going to be greater than ever before. And basically, it's MAGA, MAGA. And we're going to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, by the way. That's very close to being
Well, you say
over.
who is he to say anything? Ask the Donita. Donita the one scared of a dum. Yeah, devilicious. Why is Trump afraid of him? He got more power. Cause if not, why he scared? Girl, boy, stay away from that Kool-Aid and get your ass up out of here. Y'all say bye to Devilicious. 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 Hey, K-Style. Devilicious. Yeah. I don't want to say dangling-licious, because they be saying, Auntie Fee, you always got putting somebody's... I only person know who dangling he had in his mouth is Bubbles. Y'all say bye to Dangalicious. And hit the like button on your way out. Yeah. Then let me back that thing up with them big ass hips. Back that thing up while he over here lying and crying. Yeah. Oh, President Obama got more power than y'all think. He got more power than we know. Cause she scared him, skim. This right here is scared as hell. Ain't it interesting why he not saying Barack ain't got no power? Huh? Baby, it's some stuff going on that we don't know. Yeah, K-Sales, they got me. They snatched me. Only way you can support me is through my Cash App right now, $ AUNTEAFEE, $ AUNTEAFEE. I would greatly appreciate those memberships. If you want to continue them, put it on my Cash App. If you want to send some gems or jewels, just put it in the Cash App. That until we can figure it out. Probably it'll probably be approved appeal process approved after the midterms. Ain't that some shit? They don't want this truth coming out. They don't want this truth coming out. They don't want this truth coming out. They don't want the truth coming out. I come to clap my hands. I come to tell the truth. Yeah. Yeah, and they try to make it seem like he wasn't good. He got all this power. Why you ain't saying President Obama ain't got why he do. He do. His voice carries. Oh, it carry a note that your ass can't reach. Let me take my ring off. Let me take my ring off. Yeah, I put my ring on for somebody who try to act like, yeah, and can't get it. Been with somebody for umpteen years and can't get a ring. Can't get a ring. Last name ain't never changed. Can't get a ring. Huh? That last name never changed. Game over. Can you? Huh? Can't get a ring. Got umpteen babies, but can't get a ring and can't get a man's last name. You understand what I mean? Girl, you better never try to come for me. I'm going to hurt your feelings. Can't get a ring. Yeah, not a ring. Not a ring. A ring. Has a man ever gave you a ring with his last name? Girl, you better go play with somebody safe. You old counterfeit GG. You old counterfeit Gucci. Huh? Ain't creative. Don't hurt. Yeah. Y'all hit the like button. All these kleptomaniacs stealing everything. Y'all know how rich we really are. I mean, if I really wanted to go down that rabbit hole, do y'all know how rich we really are? Yeah, can somebody put my Cash App information down there? Yeah, they've been stealing from us. So I mean, and we got stuck on reparation. Y'all know how rich we are. The money that they have is really our money, y'all. Y'all know how long we've been paying into a bogus tax system. Yeah, but I'm gonna leave that alone for now. Yeah. God say, trust in the Lord with all thy heart. Don't do as they do. Yeah, do right. Always do right. It'll come out. It'll come out in your favor, one way or another. Let's go. I'm gonna back it up. Let's go. Ooh.
Congressman.
Now going back to Donald Trump's interview with John Fredericks, then Donald Trump just started whining about Iran. Play this clip.
Because other things, I've already fixed inflation largely. I mean, as soon as we get them to no nuclear weapons in Iran, which is going to happen, I think, very quickly. Actually, we've just decimated them. But as soon as we get that, you're going to see prices drop. You're going to see energy come down like you've never seen it before. All these things are going to happen. But I got rid of, you go right before, and even now, you go right before the fact that I had to make that little journey. After having the best economy in history, I said, well, we're going to have to take a little journey down to Iran. I know you're in favor of what we're doing. I think, yes, frankly, everyone is. They don't talk about it. But you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You want to see your stock market get hit. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And they'll use it here. They'll take out the Middle East. They'll knock out Israel in the Middle East. And they'll come to Europe and they'll come here because they are, let's say, ill, very ill. And we can't let that happen. So we're doing great. And I think we've already won militarily. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force.
Everything he says is a lie.
They have no leaders. They have no anti-aircraft mechanisms and machinery. It's all gone. It's all gone. But they have no leaders, and you see what's going on. So
God is not the author of confusion.
We're not letting them get any. They're losing $500 million a day.
Right, sassafras.
Blocking the blockade, blocking the Strait, the Hormuz Strait, and a lot of good things are happening. But So we cut taxes more than anybody in history, and they want to raise them. The economy hit an all-time high, the Dow, and frankly, it's very close to it right now. With all of this, it's actually very close to it right now. But it hit the all-time highest ever. S&P is 7,000, and think of that. They thought you couldn't do that in 4 years, and the Dow is over 50,000. They said it can't be done over 4 years. It'll never be done. All of that's going to be destroyed. Your 401ks are going to go down. All of that, the great things that we did now on a national basis, it's going to be destroyed. And Virginia's going to be one of the biggest losers. We brought in tremendous business and jobs for Virginia, and now she got lucky, frankly, and she takes advantage of that. But Glenn and myself, we brought all those jobs into Virginia, and now they're going to, frankly, there are companies now are trying to get out of their deal because they don't want to move to Virginia because of her. So when you see it all happening like this, you just have to vote no. It has to vote no. You can't let this happen in the ballot referendum.
Mr. President, if we can get your base out tomorrow, this is now a base election. We're going to turn the corner.
Shout out
and win
to
this
you,
like
Kenya.
people voting no, it's going to get defeated, which is
You
going to
and
change
your
the
husband.
entire narrative for the midterm.
And more of Donald Trump whining about Iran. Play this clip.
So we're going to bring it back just to what we want, and our country's
Just
going to
to
be
what
greater
we
than ever
want.
before. Basically, it's MAGA, MAGA. And we're going to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, by the way. That's very close to being
Just MAGA.
over.
Just
And we're gonna make
MAGA.
sure-
Y'all hear? Just MAGA. We're going to bring it back to who? With who? Because all your MAGAs jumping ship. They apologizing. I apologize. Yeah, they are apologizing. So who? So you're trying to cater to MAGA. And in a minute, we're going to hear one of your biggest MAGA saying, please forgive me. I was wrong. I was wrong. And he think he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. The delusion. He better stop eating them McDonald's burgers, baby. With all that alleged human meat in there that they don't grind it up in there. Yeah, you trying to shit out somebody that you done some shit to. Yeah. So McDonald's, it must be the one that you are really invested in. Yeah, that's where you have that contract with to move the skin and while y'all don't take out the juice, y'all whole process. It must be Wendy's, McDonald's, but you really love McDonald's, baby. So y'all better stop letting y'all kids eating them Happy Meals. Yeah, Bill Gates done tainted the French fries, and I know them some good ass fries. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all better stop. Let's listen. I'm trying, talking about MAGA. He only concerned about MAGA, and MAGA now ain't fucking with him. Let's go.
It's going to change the entire narrative for the midterm.
And more of Donald Trump whining about Iran. Play this clip.
So we're going to bring it back just to what we want, and our country's going to be greater than ever before. Basically, it's MAGA, MAGA. And we're going to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, by the way.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? What you good at? Who is he now trying to go back and cater to? Candace Owens, child, please. Tucker Carlson, child. Rogan, Joe Rogan, child, please. Alex, what's that? Alex, boy, please. You done went too far. Mm-hmm.
And our country's going to be greater than ever before. Basically, it's MAGA, MAGA. And we're going to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, by the way. That's very close to being over. And we're going to make sure, and I did in 3 months, and 2 months, actually, like 2 months, think of it, in 2 months what they couldn't do in 12 years, 13 years, 15 years between Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and we've done something.
Oh, yeah,
we wiped out
MTG.
our whole military apparatus. So now we have to get it done, and we will get it done because I always get things done. But
And let me just share with you some of these, this message that has Donald Trump panicking all last night and into the morning. Just take a look at this new ad right here that was cut about the yes vote. Play this clip.
Trump and his MAGA allies have shut down the government, shut down abortion clinics, shut down health care for millions. Now they're redrawing congressional maps across the country to rig elections, steal more power, and shut us out.
So this is how the game begins. So this is what I was talking about. All we need to know is how to play, that we playing the game. We just need to know the rules, and then we'll be creative enough to beat you at your own game. Game over. You know it. You know it's game over.
Trump and his MAGA allies have shut down the government, shut down abortion clinics, shut down health care for millions. Now they're redrawing congressional maps across.
Just take a look at this new ad right here that was cut about the yes vote. Play this clip.
Trump and his MAGA allies have shut down the government, shut down abortion clinics, shut down health care for millions. Now they're redrawing congressional maps across the country to rig elections, steal more power, and shut us out. Virginia, we have a choice. We can sit down, shut up, and let them get away with it. Or we can stand up and fight back by voting yes in the special election. Yes levels the playing field and stops the Trump power grab. Vote yes.
Vote yes. Y'all see what's going on today? Y'all see why he's scared? He's scared. Him scared. Him down. Yeah. Scared. You scared as hell. Yeah, because you started it. So if you say it's rigged, who started rigging? What you say? He's a renegade. Oh yes, he's a renegade. Yeah, who rigged it? You the renegade. You started the renege. Yeah, you the renegade. Yeah, you the renegade. So you can't call it reneging for Democrats when it was the Republicans who started the game. We just need to know, how to maneuver, how to move around. We're gonna follow your lead, and we're gonna take over. We just gonna outplay you. You know you can't beat us in no sports. You know that.
And here, Governor Spanberger, Virginia's great governor right now, he or she talks about Virginia's redistricting referendum gives voters the power to respond to a president who says he's entitled to more GOP seats in Congress before Americans vote in the midterms, to efforts in other states to give those seats to him. Join me in voting yes on April 21st. Here's what she says. Play this clip.
I'm Governor Abigail Spanberger, and I'm voting yes on Virginia's redistricting amendment. It's directly in response to what other states decide to do, and a president who says that he's, quote, entitled to more Republican seats before this year's midterms. Our approach is different. It's temporary. It preserves Virginia's fair redistricting process into the future. At this extraordinary moment, I urge all Virginians to join me in voting yes by April 21st.
And finally, here were the lawmakers behind the vote yes. Here's the message that they sent. Let's play this clip.
Hello, Virginia. I'm Louise Lucas, and I'm here for the Yes campaign. I'm sitting here with my two favorite elected officials, Speaker of the House and Congressman Scott.
I'm Speaker Don Scott. Go out and vote yes. Don't guess. Vote yes.
Don't
guess. We need to level the playing field. That's why we're voting yes. Don't guess. Vote yes.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think.
Don't guess.
Let's get to
vote yes. Don't guess. Vote yes. Yes. Now I want us to hear old Tucker. Got him in. Bad prosecutors dropped bad news on Cash Patel. It's 10 minutes ago. Let's get updated.
One tiny flaw ruins most lighters, and almost nobody talks about. Nearly all of them rely on butane gas.
Get the information.
You're watching the Legal Breakdown, Glenn.
On
it
how
looks
you
like
can
the
pay
FBI director, Cash Patel, has found himself in some hot water in the aftermath of the Atlantic's reporting about his purported drinking problem as director of the FBI.
I thought he was going to sue somebody.
$250 million defamation lawsuit. And so, first question here. What are the risks, if it turns out that the Atlantic's reporting is correct, what are the risks of Cash Patel continuing on with his own $250 million lawsuit?
Well, Brian, I think the most direct risk is that Cash Patel will be put under oath, and he will have to answer questions subject to the penalties
of perjury
that's what he
about these
thought.
incidents that were reported by the Atlantic. Incidents of excessive drinking, incapacitation, erratic behavior, potential security issues. And, if he were to lie under oath, that would be a federal felony offense. So that is the biggest risk. There's a secondary risk that if it turns out his suit proves to be frivolous, the court could award him to pay the attorney's fees for the other side. I have a feeling the Atlantic's attorney's fees will be consequential. But, Kash Patel does not have the best track record when he's been put under oath and he had to testify. And we can talk about that down the road. But, as of right now, it looks like Kash Patel is taking a play out of Donald Trump's playbook. Somebody, publishes something that is unflattering, and immediately you run to court and try to use the court system to send the signal, whether accurately or not, that, oh, no, this is a bunch of lies, this is a bunch of fake news. But you know what? When it comes to a defamation suit, the devil's in the details. And when I see the Atlantic reporting saying that they interviewed more than 24 sources. Now, it doesn't say whether they were all FBI employees, but you know what, Brian? He is not a well-liked director of the FBI. He has caused so much upheaval within the organization itself, engendered by him wrongfully terminating so many special agents for simply doing the job that was assigned to them and doing it well and honestly and faithfully, that it wouldn't surprise me if there were lots and lots and lots of sources among the 24+ people that the Atlantic says it bases this reporting on.
Now, you had mentioned that one consequence of this, of Kash Patel losing this case, would be that he would have to pay the attorney's fees for the Atlantic. Is there any way that Kash Patel could try and claim that he's not suing in his personal capacity, but rather that he's represented by the federal government to try and move that payment over from himself to the taxpayers?
He has brought this suit, and I haven't read the entire lawsuit, full disclosure, but, it smacks of being brought in his personal capacity, even though, he is the director of the FBI. The FBI is not suing the Atlantic. It is Kash Patel. So, they will have to argue over whether he has any kind of a straight-faced claim that he is, bringing this defamation suit in his official capacity as director of the FBI. But at the end of the day, if there's a judgment that's entered against him that this was a frivolous suit, it was a baseless suit, and the judge is actually considering awarding attorney's fees to the Atlantic, which frankly I think is not terribly likely. But if it happens, I would suspect Kash Patel would be on the hook personally to satisfy any judgment that a judge might issue directing him to pay the opposing counsel's fees.
Glenn, we have seen instances that kind of back up the general claims that are made in this story. For example, we all watched with our own eyes as Kash Patel took a government jet over to Milan to chug beers like a 19-year-old frat boy in the locker room of the USA men's hockey team. To what extent does stuff like that have an impact on this case more broadly?
Well, it will be relevant evidence in a defamation suit, whether, he was drinking, whether he was drinking on the job, whether he was drinking to excess, whether the reports are accurate and sort of supported by witness interviews. That, one of the allegations is that he couldn't even be sort of, rousted awake in a room behind the locked door. And the reporting is there was a request made for what is basically a battering ram. It's a device used to breach a locked door. The reporting is there was a request made that equipment be brought for purposes of getting into the room in which Kash Patel was apparently located. Brian, there are going to be records of that. And there's video of him chugging beers with the Olympic hockey team. That is, at a minimum kind of unflattering and unseemly for the FBI director to be doing, especially if he's using
government resources to get himself there.
Woo.
But all of that will be relevant evidence in this defamation suit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Barb.
Now, you had mentioned before while we were talking about this that if
Look at
this
that
lawsuit
nose.
does indeed go forward and Kash Patel is deposed, that if he lies while under oath, it's a federal felony offense. To what extent can Donald Trump offer a pardon to basically absolve him of committing that crime?
Well, even worse, before you get to the pardon stage, he could just direct his Department of Justice not to pursue any investigation if Kash Patel was suspected of potentially lying under oath during a deposition. When you lie in a court proceeding under oath, that is typically a 5-year felony offense. And yes, the end game would be Donald Trump could always pardon him. But, even if this DOJ, Donald Trump's dirty DOJ, at least his dirty DOJ officials, opted not to investigate potential perjury lying under oath, a future law-abiding administration and Department of Justice could certainly investigate, and if the evidence supported it, indict and prosecute Kash Patel in the event he lied under oath in a criminal case. So it would require a presidential pardon to sort of cut that off at the pass. But, I can't help but mention some of the challenges Kash Patel has had in court previously. This is probably long since receded from our memories, but there was a trial in Colorado where the question was whether Donald Trump had engaged in insurrection, and if so, should he be disqualified by virtue of the 14th Amendment from being on a presidential ballot, holding an office in the future? Because, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment says, listen, if you take an oath to support and defend the Constitution and thereafter you engage in insurrection or give aid and comfort to those who do, you are disqualified. You're ineligible to hold office. Kash Patel testified in that trial out in Colorado on behalf of Donald Trump, and people may not remember, but the judge did not credit Kash Patel's testimony. Now, criminal litigators, prosecutors, defense attorneys, even civil litigators will understand the implications of that. Somebody who is now serving as the director of the FBI was once found not to be a credible witness by a judge at a trial. You know what that means? That means that prosecutors would be prohibited from sponsoring his testimony in the future. In other words, he couldn't even be put on the stand as a government witness, a prosecution witness. Why? Because what he would be cross-examined on is, well, wait a minute, Kash Patel, or Director Patel, if he was still director of the FBI, a judge previously found your testimony was not credible. She did not credit your testimony. Why in the world would this jury believe what you're saying today under oath? And on top of that, Brian, our viewers may remember the reporting that Kash Patel was put in front of the grand jury, a federal grand jury, investigating Donald Trump's suspected classified documents, crimes down at Mar-a-Lago. And what did Kash Patel do? He invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. And the law only permits you to do that if your truthful testimony would make it seem like you committed a crime, would implicate you in a crime. So listen, he has not had very good luck when he has, had to raise his right hand, be administered an oath to tell the truth. He really has not performed all that admirably.
Glenn, I want to take like a 30,000-foot view of this whole thing. What does it say more broadly when you have all of these administration officials, including Trump himself, that are relentlessly going after these media outlets and threatening these massive lawsuits? Donald Trump just sued the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion over the publishing of that letter that Trump purportedly sent to Jeffrey Epstein for his birthday, where it was shaped in the figure of a young woman. That was summarily dismissed by a judge, wouldn't even let this thing move forward. And now we have something along the very same lines by Kash Patel, a massive $250 million defamation suit where, look, we'll see what happens when this thing, if this thing moves forward. But it doesn't feel like what Patel is contending here really stands up to scrutiny. So what are your thoughts more broadly about the fact that you have these administration officials who continuously try and chill free speech by threatening these massive lawsuits?
Brian, it feels like a potential misuse of the court system. You know, not necessarily because you have really been done wrong. I mean,
he
he's going to
drunk.
have to prove
Ain't that what he talking about when he was drunk?
Knew that they were publishing these
Eyes
lies
crisscross
about him. And beyond that, if there is actual malice, which is going to be an uphill climb, that his reputation, Kash Patel's reputation, or his financial prospects, financial standing, have been injured by what the Atlantic published
Hit the
about him to
like button.
the tune of
Somebody
$250
send me a
million.
cash app in
Can I
support.
just ask our viewers if they think Kash Patel's reputation is, you know, so strong and unimpeachable, you know, pristine, that damaging it is worth $250 million. I mean, it's kind of laughable in my estimation, like Donald Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal, and as you indicated, the court has thrown that out. The court did let him try to amend his complaint, which was woefully inadequate the first time around. But this feels like
a whole
using
damn
the court
clown
system,
show.
you know, not as a shield against somebody doing you wrong, but as a sword, just using the process as a sword to put people through all kinds of hell, having to hire lawyers and spend lots of money and maybe spend sleepless nights. It's a little bit of a variation. It feels like a variation on the vindictive prosecution scheme that Donald Trump is forever perpetrating against his perceived enemies.
And finally, last question here, Glenn. What are next steps in terms of this defamation lawsuit? And what happens in the event that a judge comes to the same conclusion in this case as the judge did with the Donald Trump Wall Street Journal case, where that was dismissed? What would happen in that instance?
So, you know, there will be first of all, there has to be an answer filed by the Atlantic, because right now the complaint, the lawsuit itself, was just filed by Kash Patel, and I think they'll have about 30 days to respond. And then they're going to fight what's called summary judgment. They're going to try to get this thing thrown out, saying it is woefully inadequate on the complaint, on the lawsuit that Kash Patel filed. But if it survives that summary judgment, that very early summary dismissal of the lawsuit, then discovery is on. And then the Atlantic is going to be able to propound written questions first, called interrogatories, which have to be answered under oath. And then they're going to depose Kash Patel. They're going to put him under oath. They're going to have a court reporter there, and they're going to wear him out. And I'll tell you, my money is not on Kash Patel, given some of the struggles he has had testifying. We've also seen his poor performance as a witness before Congress in these congressional hearings. So, you know, if I had to bet my $1, my betting limit, Brian, I would say this case is probably going to go away well in advance of ever seeing the inside report.
You know, piss poor drunk, you know, piss poor thief, just piss poor, you know, and then come out looking like a damn clown. Piss poor at everything you do. Hello, just piss poor. Sorry, trifling. Yeah, thief, business person, all of that shit. President, piss poor cabinet. You just piss poor. Look at you. You can't even get your nose straight. Poor. Look at you. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Look at that nose. Woo!
had to bet my $1, my betting limit, Brian, I would
Inebriated.
say this case is probably going to go away well in advance of ever seeing the inside of a
Yes.
courtroom.
And ironically enough,
Dang it,
that would
I was
probably
trying
be
to
Kash
change the
Patel's,
name of it, but let
best
me
outcome
do
here, that
this.
this thing actually gets dismissed, so as not
Let me use my spare phone. Okay. Okay, I'm finna give it out to you because I'm not near. Okay, let me put it here. Let me use this number. There you go.
to embarrass him even further. But again, like you said, we'll keep an eye on this. And for those who are watching right now, if you'd like to stay on top of this and
Oh, okay. I'll set it up.
all other legal news, the best way to do that is to subscribe to both of our channels. I'm going to put those links right here on the screen and also in the post description of
Okay. You ready? Are you ready? There you go, Miss Tom.
this video. It's completely free to subscribe, but a great way to support our work. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
And I'm Glenn
Let me know when
Kirshner.
you got it. Trump doesn't. Okay, so let me get to old Tucker. Let me know when you got it, please. Until I can get it set up the other way. Did you get it, Miss Tom? You got it? Okay, let me get to old Tucker. I apologize. I need for y'all to hit the like button. I apologize. I've been on here 2 hours and 11 minutes. Lord in heaven knows I'm hungry. So let me hurry up and show this. There go that. There go that. Is this the one? Dang, I want the whole message though. I really do. Oh, you 52 minutes. I can't listen to you. Not right now. Yours is 15. Okay, hold on. Iran canceled that
If you frequently need to go to the bathroom late at night, we recommend eating 2 pieces daily. If you need to visit the bathroom multiple times at night, this can be used as a meal replacement. This product is a fig bar.
This has been on Breaking News. I'm Ben Mycelis, and this is your breaking news. Moments ago, we learned that any negotiations that were set to take place in Islamabad and Pakistan between the United States Trump regime and the Iranians was canceled. And it was canceled as a result of Donald Trump continuing a blockade of the Persian Gulf and Donald Trump continuing to threaten Iran during these negotiations. Iran made clear its non-negotiables. It made clear its 10-point framework of negotiations, which Donald Trump previously
They're
agreed
not
to.
playing with you.
And Iran said, we're not going to just show up there so you can misrepresent our presence. We don't trust you. So unless and until the naval blockade of the Persian Gulf
No,
by the
that ain't where
United
I want to
States
go.
ends,
Hold on.
unless and until you stop attacking
But let
Iranian
me play
ships and
that until I
interdicting
find
them,
the one I
and
want.
unless and until you stop threatening us with social media posts, Donald, we're not showing up, because our mere presence will be used by you to distort what's actually happening. We don't believe you're in it for a good faith negotiation, and we believe that you're using negotiation as a tool to achieve that which you couldn't on the battlefield during the war. Look, if you want to go to war, if you want to continue to commit war crimes, there's a path for that. Our military generals in the United States and admirals and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and top leaders have told Donald Trump it will cost America tens of thousands or potentially more in service member lives, but there's a path to obtain a military victory. Again, in my view, more war crimes would be committed. I'm not supportive of that at all. I'm not supportive of even the idea, but there's a war path that is available, and then there is a negotiation path that is available. And what Iran is saying, if you choose the negotiation path, then you have to respect us in the negotiation. If you don't want to respect us in the negotiation, well, let's go to war, and we can do the war path. But you want to do negotiations, stop saying that you're going to blow up bridges and you're going to blow up civilian infrastructure. Stop threatening that you're going to kill us all. Stop saying no more Mr. Nice Guy. Stop the stupid shit, excuse my language, and negotiate appropriately.
Absolutely.
Or don't negotiate. No one's forcing you into doing this. So Iran said, we're not going to show up in Islamabad, Pakistan. So you can send J.D. Vance and Kushner and Wickoff. We're not going to talk to them. We're not going until you stop the blockade and unless and until you stop this rhetoric. Stop it, right? And so then the question was, well, where are we at? One of the things we saw happen is the market started tanking. And we're like, okay, well, what's going to happen next? Well,
yeah, I am
if
too, but I
you're
got to
Iran,
figure out
if
something.
you are any other country in the world who has seen Donald Trump's behavior, not only do you know that he's a vile piece of trash, but you know that he's weak and pathetic and that he's a loser. And there's a reason why he's bankrupted things his entire life. He's a loser. He's a lifelong loser. Bankrupted this, bankrupted that, bankrupted this, destroyed that. That's his entire life story. And then he has daddy or somebody bail him out. That's what Trump does. So it should not be unexpected that Donald Trump did the following. He issued Statement of Donald J. Trump. And what a pathetic statement he gave. I mean, again, it's embarrassed. If you're not embarrassed by this behavior, by the so-called commander-in-chief, then I don't know what humiliation threshold you have, because this is some, like, humiliation ritual. He's putting the United States, once the most powerful force in the world, often a force for good, not always. The arc usually tilted in the right direction, not always, but undisputed in terms of the power. When the president spoke, the words mattered. A president could walk soft or walk quietly while carrying a big stick. He didn't have to say, oh, I'm so powerful, I got the biggest military, look how strong I am, look how powerful, I'll destroy this, I'll bomb this. He didn't have to do that, because people knew that when America was in the room, when the United States president spoke, they spoke with clarity. Their words mattered, every word of it. When former
Right now today, President Obama words matter. But y'all look at this right here. Look at her. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in her. Do y'all see this? I'm trying to get them wiggly lines off of here. Do y'all see this right here today? My God, today. Do y'all see this right here? What's going on? Baby, Putin said Russia orders immediate deportation of all Israelis citizens from its territory. So now I gotta change up, Lord, because that's how they censoring They do not, when I say they do not want the truth to go out, baby, you better believe me when I say it. You hear me? You know, typically I do, but I didn't know that it has gotten that bad. You know, I don't like using that, but whew, it's getting, he said, get out. Ain't that a crazy show or something telling folk to get out and they didn't get out and they went through some, ain't that a movie? Get out. He's saying get out. If this is you, get out. Effective. He didn't say effective immediately. I don't think. Down here it says Russia has officially activated a sweeping deportation regime targeting roughly 770,000 foreign nationalists with heightened scrutiny currently falling on Israel's citizen and dual nationals. Whoo-wee. Y'all see this? Yeah, let's see this. Yeah, this is what they causing. He said get out. So what Trump is doing, this is the game y'all gonna play? Get out. Because, you know, US, you just too slow. Your elevator don't go all the way up to the top. And because of that, we know who is pulling the strings. So now we gonna hit the string player. Please check. It worked. Okay. I got something. Thank you, JB. I got that one. But that one would be, okay, I'm over here. Let me check. So this is things are fixing to escalate, Richard. I was finna get old, crazy. Fixing to escalate. Oh, is this how we gonna play this game? You sure? You sure, Donnie boy? Because you know you don't have a mind of your own. You sure this what you gonna do? Okay, let the games begin. Okay, y'all. I've been trying to tell y'all it's getting hot in here. Say what? Take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot. I'm not. Yeah, let me go on. I don't want to be saying I'm taking my clothes off.
President Obama spoke. He picked words carefully.
Absolutely.
And the biggest controversies, was he wearing a tan suit today? Was Kim Jong-un doing ballistic missile tests? Let's blame Obama for the fact that Kim Jong-un did some ballistic missile tests. That shows weakness by Obama. And let's dedicate front page stories to it. And let's have state regime media Fox attack about how weak Kim Jong-un is doing. Remember, that was like the nonstop coverage, under Obama. Stories like that. Yeah, well, Donald Trump basically allowed Kim Jong-un to get a nuclear weapon. It doesn't even register as a headline that in the past
it's
2
getting
weeks,
tough
Kim
out
Jong-un
here, y'all. Richard, y'all, it's getting tough. It's getting rough out here. China says, oh, no, dog, we ain't gonna be able to do it like that. What? Wait, what? What's wrong? What done happened? That China said, oh no, dog. China said that it will not accept any country acting as a world judge or the world's police. Who do you think you are, little Donnie boy? You know that, who, little Donnie boy? Oh Lord, who is that? The lights are off. Somebody calling me Donnie boy. I'm scared. Wait a minute. Where your allies? Oh, I talked to them ignorant. Sure did. Now they are allies. Little Donnie boy. Yeah, who do you think you are? Chinaman said, that's not good. No. You try to wear too many hats. Now, we know you fat now, but you trying to wear too many hats, and you don't wear it well. You do not wear it well at all. So, give me that. Ooh, give me that. Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy Mac. Don't you come back, oh Jimmy. Woo! Oh my God, let him go. Let him go. East Wing is open. And you really can't go back to Mar-a-Lago. You really can't. Oh shit.
Has done multiple ballistic missile, cruise missile tests, brags that North Korea is a nuclear power right now. Doesn't even register as a headline because, yeah, it's been Donald Trump, whatever. He could be the biggest loser and everybody, which he is, and everybody's like an apologist and like makes excuses. Well, it's not Donald's fault. It's not. Yeah, it is his fault because he's an idiot. He's a lifelong idiot. He bankrupts things. He's a loser, and we just need to call it out. It is his fault. Stop everything with this guy. Oh, it's not his fault. It's this fault. It's not his fault. No, no, no. Just acknowledge the reality on a bipartisan basis that this guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Things are getting even worse right now because his cognitive and physical rot and deterioration before our eyes. But regardless, the malignant narcissism and the pathological dysfunction is so utterly severe
By
that the guy
PayPal,
can't
who
even behave like
says
a
complete?
normal
PayPal
human being.
or Zelle?
Stop
Which
acting
one?
like this is 4-dimensional or 10-dimensional chess. This is an idiot doing idiot things, causing massive harm to our once great country. His idea of make America great again is making it Trump. And making it Trump, go back and look what making it Trump means. Go look at Atlantic City and you can see what making it Trump means. Go look at his steak and his airplanes and all of his dumb stuff. And it was bankrupt. Look at his meme stocks and his meme coins.
It may be on
look
delay.
at all of the stuff that he's screwed up so bad and doubles down on mistakes and makes it even worse.
I was
Or I
trying to
should
mess
say
with it.
intentional malicious behavior, and then makes the problem even worse and worse and worse. I mean, you didn't realize during COVID when he said go and inject yourself with bleach and like a miracle it will all go away. Donald Trump's so-called war strategy in Iran is an equivalent of injecting yourself with bleach. Okay? Let's do a naval blockade during negotiations and a ceasefire. Let's try to reach a deal,
Trump
but then
extends
interdict
Iran
Iranian
ceasefire,
ships.
citing
And then let's make post
fractured
no more
Iran.
Mr. Nice
Child.
Guy. If you don't take our deal, we will kill you, is essentially the post. And then you set deadlines. You set, ceasefire deadlines. And then when Iran's like, okay, we're just not going to meet you. We're not going to do that. We're not going to even lend our presence in your psychotic behavior. We don't dignify that. I mean, just think about that. Iran is saying we can't even dignify being in a room with the United States of America, right? It's almost the way we used to treat Iran.
He just messed it up so bad.
They would be the ones begging.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
the U.S., can you get in a room? Hey, can you
They
speak with
no
us?
longer want to
States
act like they
president
don't smell that shit in that diaper. They don't even want to act like it no more. I don't want to fake the funk with you. I'm not doing none of that. No. The answer is no. I'm not going. I don't want you fuck my sinuses up every time I sit in a room with you. I ain't lying. The more I talk, it's reminding me of that person who thought they was gonna try to play with me. Nose always stuffy and eating snot and shit, gawking and god damn. You can't put a damn nasal on that nose, that big ass nose. Heck, I suffer with sinuses and allergies too, but I don't sit up there trying to clear my sinuses or suck up the whatever they say you be snorting and sniffing and shit. I mean, Lord, I ain't never. That is shit. But Trump, they be snorting and sniffing and nose all stuffy. What the what? And you think you a class act? You think you is a I just can't. Come on, man. Let's just go. I
We
just
can't even dignify being in a room
I don't
with the
wanna.
United States of America,
Ooh,
right?
you
It's almost the way
stinking
we
nasty,
used to
funky.
treat Iran or Kim Jong-un, right? They would be the ones begging, hey, the U.S., can you get in a room? Hey, can you speak
I
with
don't
us?
want to
When the
entertain that
United
smell
States
no more.
president
I
would
just
show up
don't
in a
want to.
country,
I don't
wow,
have to. You're
that
useless. Yeah, you just sorry, trifling. You're a thief, and you stink. You smell like some garbage. You sound like a whole damn dump truck. What is it? Trash. Ugh. You got a whole different type of stank sitting up there eating dead people and McDonald's, Burger King. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna them French fries. I don't. Yeah, but now they done tainted the food. Everything is tainted. Even the color orange on your face don't want to stick to your face no damn more. You stink. And because of that, we don't have to tolerate you no more. You forced us trying to intimidate us, yeah, to make deals around you in your face. Yeah. We don't want to smell you no more. Get out. Yeah, that's what they saying. Pretty much that's what they saying. I'm double checking, Miss Tom. Hold on.
would be the ones begging, hey, the U.S., can you get in a room? Hey, can you speak with us? When the United States president would show up in a country, wow, that was the full force, the full faith and credit of these United States in the damn room. And that meant something.
Absolutely. It
That
don't mean
meant
nothing now with
something
Trump.
big for a country. When
He
there was a
messed that
state
up.
visit, when you were invited to the White House,
Backbiting.
ooh, that meant
Yeah.
something. Now when you're
Making
invited to the
deals
White House,
around
it's a
to
humiliation
the highest
ritual
bidder
that you
because
put
your ass
through.
is
Or
broke.
Donald Trump will invite the leader of Syria and start spraying him with like cologne and start sniffing him, or he'll bring in
What?
the
What? Spraying him with cologne and sniffing. Oh my God. Y'all listen. Oh my God. Wait. Spraying some over that shit. Oh, he riding it from the. Oh, K-Cell, wait. Wait. I ain't ate yet. No, oh, I remember that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Use rotten. Oh my. Spray some Lysol. What the hell you spray? Oh. Let me sip this gut juice, man, because this right here is gross. Oh my God. Oh my God. What's in here? Probiotic, prebiotic, lemon, and tart cherry. Oh my God. Yeah, that just made me sick to my stomach. Why not spray some damn Lysol? Oh my God. That is disrespectful to the cologne. Was it Old Spice? Was it? Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was even a little too much for Auntie Fee, y'all. That some perfume and cologne over that smell, and they know he good and funky. Lord have mercy. Oh, let's go funky, funky.
force, the full faith and credit of these United States in the damn room. And that meant something. That meant something big for a country. When there was a state visit, when you were invited to the White House, ooh, that meant something. Now when you're invited to the White House, it's a humiliation ritual that you're put through. Or Donald Trump will invite the leader of Syria and start spraying him with like cologne and start sniffing him. Or he'll bring in the Prime Minister of Japan, Takaishi, and then he'll start saying, "Oh, you remember what you did?
It's
you're all about
flammable. Oh my
surprises
God.
in Japan. Remember Pearl Harbor? You're a bunch of you guys did a surprise recently on us. Remember when you did Pearl Harbor? There was no Prime Minister Takeshi did it. Like, what are you even talking about? And then Donald Trump will
Oh my
bring in
God.
the equivalent of like the Prime Minister of Ireland, and then he'll not realize that the leader of Ireland's like a female. Like, it's just everything this guy does is a complete humiliation ritual, and now a country like Iran is like, yeah, just think about the dynamic. The dynamic is undisputed. The dynamic is Pakistan is serving as the mediator, as the neutral, right? They've invested a lot in Trump crypto, World Liberty Financial. That's why Donald Trump developed this relationship with, Munir, their field marshal, based on the Pakistani crypto investment in Witkoff and Trump's company. Like, we forget that, right? Witkoff, World Liberty Financial, the kids are on World Liberty Financial. Trump's kids running World Liberty Financial.
That took the wind out of me. Can y'all tell?
So we've elevated Pakistan. We've destroyed our relationship with India. It exists a little bit, and Modi will say nice things occasionally, but Modi's moving in a direction towards Russia and China, clearly. But we've elevated Pakistan, okay? Pakistan is serving as the mediator, and by all accounts, they're at least trying to do a good job. Like, I want to at least give Pakistan
that kind of shut me up, didn't it?
Because regardless of how they got here, right? Regardless of how they got it, this is a big moment for them to serve as a neutral mediator, and they're trying to broker a deal. And so I do give credit, for trying this process. And Pakistan is like, hey, Trump, this is what the Pakistan people say. You got to stop this naval blockade. How could we?
Yes, Miss Tom. Thank you.
While you're doing a naval blockade. And then a week ago, when Foreign Minister Aragchi from Iran,
thank you. I greatly appreciate you.
Remember last week, Foreign Minister Aragchi of Iran tried to make a step to show some goodwill. Okay, we're opening up the Strait of Hormuz a little bit. We're opening up a corridor. There was a lot of conditions on it. Let's be clear. It wasn't like the whole strait is open. But he made what's called a diplomatic overture. He posted something that was neutral to nice. He gave a little bit, right? We're opening up the strait because of the ceasefire in Lebanon being agreed to. So here's what we're doing. And then the expectation, if you're Pakistan as the neutral, because Pakistan was saying, do this for me, and then we'll get Donald Trump to reciprocate, and we can start bringing the parties together. That's the way negotiations and diplomacy works. And I believe strongly that Iran didn't want to send that message, that Aragchi really didn't. All right, Pakistan, you want me to send this message? Fine, I will post that message as a gesture of goodwill, but you've got to bring them to the table on these issues, because they told us that they were agreeable to the 10-point framework, and now they're saying that they're not agreeing to the 10-point framework, and our lead negotiators, Aragchi and Ghalibaf, don't know how to speak English. And that's why Donald Trump said we agree to the Iran 10-point framework, because the Iranians don't know their own framework because they're bad at English, right? That's what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance said. But how does Donald Trump reciprocate that message, that social media post, that Aragchi invested a great deal of his own political capital? And trust me, Aragchi invested a great deal of political capital.
We're gonna make it work, baby. Thank you. Yeah, I see it.
Iran, which you should probably study if we want to figure out war and peace and how to deal with things, right? We probably study the culture, study the history, study the dynamic. You would know that there is a little bit of a split in Iran. A little bit would be doing a lot of work there, but there is a division between the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the military, which has very strong views about Iran never compromising. Then you have kind of the spiritual leadership at the Ayatollah level. Now, Khomeini's son, Monjaba, who's less inclined to compromise, but potentially still a voice of compromise. So you've got spiritual leaders, you've got Islamic Revolutionary Guard, then you have civilian leadership, Parliament leader Ghalibaf, Foreign Minister Aragchi, all those embassy accounts that you see posting the Lego videos and all of that. And then they call it a decentralized mosaic model. And similar to the way we have states here in the United States, the decentralized Iranian.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure thing.
How much do you spend on groceries per week?
Like $150, $200.
You gonna give me some grocery
probably.
money? You gonna pay my groceries? Hey Pam. K Sales. Who? That flipped my stomach, y'all.
Mosaic model layers on also to what I just stated, kind of like almost a federalism approach as well, where there are local areas that have their local chapters of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, then a local police force that almost exists independent even of the Revolutionary Guard. And so you have all these dynamics, and then each of them have kind of pre-programmed orders of lines of succession as well as how you respond to certain threats, such that if you can't really cut the head off the snake or you can't cut the head off the leader because all the other parts are able to function with very meticulous planning in advance. So in any event, Aragchi is going to be facing a lot of backlash. He realized if I post this, and I'm sure this is what he was saying to Pakistan's Field Marshal Munir, I'll post this. But if I post this, I'm going to get a lot of shit from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. They're more hardline. They're not going to want me to post even giving this little gesture to Trump. So I'm trusting you, Pakistan. I'm going to make this gesture. So they post that, and what does Donald Trump do? Donald Trump then starts posting last weekend throughout the weekend. Ha ha ha! I've made them surrender. They've agreed to everything. They're turning over their uranium. They're doing this. They've given me the Strait of Hormuz. I've controlled everything. What a master negotiator. I beat them. This is what we wanted. I'm a better negotiator than Obama. Remember the JCPOA? That deal sucked compared to what I've done right now.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay, so now you've done that. That's not at all what Iran agreed to. And you've now embarrassed them. They were trying to help. They were trying to help you, idiot, save face. And they were giving you an out. And they were giving the United States and the world and the Middle East nations an out. And you took him giving you an out as a way to humiliate him and humiliate the civilian group, such that they didn't want to show up today to a mediation or to a settlement because they're worried you're going to do the thing again. And if they screw up again, they may get killed internally, or they may be replaced internally, which could mean they get killed internally. And so you took a gesture that was trying to help you save face. And you may be saying, well, Ben, we're the United States. Why would we save face? We obliterate. Look, as I mentioned from the outset, there are two paths here. Path one, you want to obliterate, you want to control the Strait of Hormuz, U.S., you want regime change, you want to go that route. Our military generals and admirals and joint chiefs have given you a plan to do that. It will cost it'll make Vietnam look very minimal in terms of the casualties. But that's what you want to do. There's a path for that. As I mentioned at the outset, I don't support even the thought of it. It's war crimes. What the Trump regime has done abroad already is a genocide, and supporting genocide abroad in the Middle East. And I am against everything, but I'm letting you know strategically, as you assess it, that's a path, Donald. You want to go that path? Take that path. The other path is negotiation. If you want to negotiate, though, and save face, after
please hit the like button.
Them, after you didn't do regime change, you could play to your Jesse Waters audience or your state regime media Fox audience, and they can and Mark Levin, and they can all pretend that you're the smartest. You're not. You're dumb. So you can either allow them to save face, to help you save face, or you can go, you see, I opened up the Strait of Hormuz. Then what? You know what I would do if I was in that situation? I would never join the Trump regime. But let's just say you're in this horrible. I would never get in this situation in the first place. So obviously, I would view what Aragchi was doing as an opening, and I would say, look, we appreciate the gesture. We're going to remove a naval blockade. Let's set negotiations for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Let's agree that in the meantime, why don't we agree to 40 ships getting through? Right now it's been 12. I know it's not going to be the 135 ships. In the interim, while we have good faith, let's take the temperature down. We appreciate it.
What
We
you say,
understand and
Richard?
we'll recognize that you have some level of control of Hormuz. But you
The
got to
funky
allow 40 ships out,
must
and not just through your lane
Trump.
by that little island, not Cargill, and the other one that's right by Iran's coast. You gotta work with us, and let's do this together, and then let's do a 3-week or 4-week bigger mediation, and let's try to work on technical terms now and other things to try to reach a resolution. And if you're Trump and you're trying to reach a deal with Iran right now, you want to make sure that in terms of uranium enrichment, that it's only going to be civilian. You may want to basically have to concede. Let's go back to the JCPOA or something like that. Iran feels it won, so it's probably going to have to be a slightly weaker version of the, if you want to negotiate, it's probably going to be a weaker version of the JCPOA now, but maybe try to salvage some version of the JCPOA, at this point in time. You can try to say, well, look, even though we've got a weaker version of the JCPOA, for the first time in 47 years, we've established an open line of communication with Iran. J.D. Vance spoke to Ghalibaf. Maybe that could be the beginning of something broader and deeper and building trust back. You may go, Ben, this Iranian is a terrorist regime and all of these things. Okay, then go do your war option, right? If you don't talk tough if you're not going to be tough, and if you're not going to do that, then shut up, because your other option at this point, based on not obliterating it, based on screwing up the mediation with Oman, when there was a deal that would have been a stronger deal than Obama, you screwed it up. So we are where we are now. Okay, and you're not going to be able to say, in a negotiation, I'm going to dominate them. I'm going to destroy them. It's not a negotiation. That's not what it is. So the way I would approach it, there's only one way to approach a negotiation. It's along
Funky
the lines of what I
factor.
said. Let's agree to do a settlement. Let's not do 2
Oh
weeks.
my
Let's
God.
do 4 weeks so we can actually be prepared. The United States, why don't we bring top nuclear experts? Why don't we engage the IAEA? Why don't we have people who actually understand technical language, not Witkoff and Kushner? I would, of course, sideline Witkoff and Kushner. I would sideline everybody, but I'm telling you, I'd have to deal with the reality we have right now, because I'm dealing in a world where the Trump regime exists, unfortunately. So I would say, okay, J.D. Vance can go. And why doesn't J.D. Vance go with, I don't know, find... Have Rubio, who I think is horrible, but have J.D. Vance, Rubio, and I don't know, not Lindsey Graham, obviously, but maybe pick, someone who's a more
Watch you on my other channels
moderate-ish
where
Republican senator, which I know doesn't really exist. Maybe
Auntie
look to the Armed
Fee is
Services
what is
Committee,
surround,
not a
not
Lindsey
surround
Graham.
sign.
Maybe
And
bring
multi
on someone there.
TBs.
And then bring on some
I'm on the
technical
wall.
experts.
I'm on
That
the
would probably
phone.
be my approach. You schedule it May 15th, May 20th, come up with an interim agreement, get oil flowing again, open up the strait a little bit. Obviously, Iran's not going to give you everything. So maybe could we do 30 ships? But you're going to have to respect that there's a new reality, or go to war, right? You got to figure it out. And then I would hold some international conference. I would bring the NATO allies, not to threaten the NATO allies. I'd bring them to the table along with Europe, along with Germany. I'd hold a conference.
It's 5:50.
And we try to figure it out together. What can we do? And you're going to have to recognize the new reality of Iran's strength in the region. And then maybe you try to play it off as a positive. Maybe you have to now work with them. Maybe you have to figure out solutions with
See,
them.
Miss Tom, this is how I get caught up. I don't even
Is that an ideal? No, but this is the reality.
Oh, that girl is missing.
That's all I'm trying to say. But that's what Iran is expecting to do. That's what Iranchi was expecting when he made the overture. But Donald Trump threatened. We interdicted 2 ships. Meanwhile, what's the point of the interdicting of those 2 ships? According to Lloyd's list, 28 ships of Iran tankers and cargo ships have been able to bypass the blockade. It's not an effective blockade. And so we've interdicted 2 ships. CENTCOM now, which, I can't even, how embarrassing is what CENTCOM posts. And the head of CENTCOM, that guy on behind the scenes at CENTCOM. But
Okay, y'all, I might need to pause. Are you missing? Am I here? You can't see me? Huh? Y'all can't see me? Nice. What's not? Who is missing? Oh, Amanda. Can y'all hear me? Amanda Yagaro. Oh, hold on, but it's some. Yes, we can. I need to pause this. I need to go and hear what they saying about old Cash. Let's see if they don't put that ass out. Let's see if they don't put that ass out. Hold on. Oh my God.
Multi-million-dollar fraud.
Acting AG Todd Blanche, FBI Patel holds a press conference. Let's see if it's even worth our time or not. If they finna do all this, we know they gonna lie. But let's see if they're gonna address his problem. Let me put that. Do I need to put that nose back up? The girl that was speaking about Melania, yep, is the same girl missing. That's what I just saw. While we listen to a little of this, I'm gonna get on another device
Over
and see what's going
$3
on.
million. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred. This is an important case brought by President Trump's administration. We're thankful to the president for his leadership and funding of not just the FBI and DOJ, but his commitment to go out there and wipe out fraud and conspiracy and waste and abuse wherever it occurs, including the Southern Poverty Law Center. Even though this money was made to appear to be coming from legitimate people, the new 2200X is a total
another deflection. Y'all hit the like button.
39% more power and recharges 31. And legitimate entities. Surprised. We at the FBI, with our great partners at the Department of Justice and in the state of Alabama,
hopefully they moved
were
her.
able to comb through.
Hopefully, because she was speaking with the oversight committee. Hopefully they moved her.
Follow the money, because money never lies.
You a lie.
As the Attorney General said,
money never lies.
These charges are varying. They are widespread and wide-ranging, and this investigation is very much ongoing. Today, we're here to announce the charges of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this investigation and the individuals who are responsible will be brought to justice. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Director Patel. With any questions?
I'd like to know why individual people are not mentioned in this indictment. Is that something that's going to come down the pike? Is this just an indictment of the entity? Can you kind of explain, could people face charges here, or is this the indictment and you're done?
So, yes, I mean, as we said, the indictment.
Can y'all still hear me? Oh my goodness. Y'all still, oh my God. I'm so sorry.
This investigation is very much ongoing, and today the grand jury returned an indictment against only one entity, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and we'll go from there.
Where's that
as
at?
you'll see from the indictment itself, it should be obvious from the indictment that the investigation is ongoing.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that.
Okay, so breaking. 2 CIA members reportedly died in Mexico after, I'm just telling y'all everything that's going on right now, today, after narco operation.
The Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue.
KKK. Y'all, they playing in our face. You mean ICE? Huh? What in the world? So CIA.
From the indictment that the investigation is ongoing.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations? Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. And so what the investigation found, according to the indictment that was returned today, is that they were paying. So the Southern Poverty Law Center is raising money, asking folks to give them money to dismantle racism. And over a very long period of time, they were using some of the money they raised from donors to pay to, they called them field, basically to informants, for information, for access, to just pay them for certain, to do certain things. And so, yes, that's exactly what the indictment charges.
I was wondering if this is going to expand perhaps to more groups. Perhaps there's been a lot of accusations about particular groups like the Patriot Front that get a lot of traction. And more so, is the government, or is this indictment, I should say, making the case that some of these matters where they've tried at great lengths to sort of make connections to
If you frequently need to go to the bathroom late at night, we recommend eating 2 pieces daily. If you need to visit the bathroom
people on the right per statute. I mean, Charlottesville was very much associated by the media with being sort of like part of a right wing kind of thing. They're like good people on both sides type of thing. I mean, are we seeing a sort of the Southern Poverty Law Center was trying to create narratives using these types of groups to shape American public opinion?
Look, I think what the Southern Poverty Law Center has said over the years is available for the world to see. It's on their website. It's in other forums. The indictment speaks for itself. I'm not going to talk outside the 4 corners of the indictment. It lays out what the grand jury found, and obviously there's a whole body of public information around what the Southern Poverty Law Center has done.
A couple of deflections today.
Several decades.
With election day, we
these
can't
are
hear.
groups that have been either their membership has been dismantled or they've definitely fallen out of public view. I'm just wondering the legal theory of how these payments allegedly went on to actually benefit the groups. Did you see money go to the groups themselves rather than just the individuals who were paid informants, essentially? And then I have an off-topic after.
So look, I want to be careful to keep any comments that we make inside the indictment. And so what the indictment lays out is payments to individuals who had leadership positions within these organizations. If that's what the grand jury found. And so to the extent that those individuals receiving, one received over $1 million, okay, to the extent over several years, to the extent that there's any link between that individual receiving the money and benefits to that organization, that's not in the indictment, but because again, it's not that individual who's charged with a crime. It's that individual was an informant or what have you, and it's Southern Poverty Law Center that made those payments to the individual. But it wasn't, look, the payments were not made to these individuals in exchange for a service separate and apart from their work within these organizations. So, that's I think speaks for itself.
An off-topic. Obviously, you've read the Atlanta.
His access. He was trying to access a nuke. Trump was trying to access a nuclear missile and was denied access. They have removed his access. He was denied. Denied access. He was trying to pull a fast one, y'all. Oh my God.
Subject of a defamation lawsuit brought
I absolutely did not read that article, but go ahead with your question.
I just, without, obviously it's in litigation now. Have you separately just heard any concerns, given your supervision over the FBI director, about any
problems with drinking?
I have a lot of concerns, and my concerns are completely around the anonymous reporting that comes forth constantly. That reporters have an obligation to report, and they have due diligence that they're supposed to do. And when an entire article is based on anonymous sources, and there's things in the article suggesting, for example, apparently that senior DOJ personnel were informed of something, that's me. I wasn't informed. No one called me about that. So, listen, I did not read that article. It is the subject of litigation, but I've already spent too much time talking about it. Next question. Go ahead.
On that, Todd, I'm sorry. The FBI director is on camera with the U.S. Olympic hockey team chugging a beer. I mean, do you think that that's appropriate conduct for the FBI director?
That has nothing to do with the article. I mean, look, there's complete hit pieces, and you guys are in this business, and you know what they look like. And the fact that you're asking repeated questions about them almost as an admission of such. But when you have
They had to hide the code. Hold on.
Our intelligence community. Donald Trump was blocked from accessing the nuclear codes by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, this past weekend as Donald Trump was ranting and raving like a lunatic and panicking in the Situation Room. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, apparently told Donald Trump, "Get the hell out of here. We're not giving you the code. Stop talking about nuclear weapons." Now, this is according to the Mirror. The source that they cite is a former CIA analyst. And I'm going to show you in a moment what this former CIA analyst says, that his sources told him about this moment in the White House where the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, told Donald Trump, "Stop talking about nuclear weapons. You can't access the nuclear codes." And now, while this may seem like a salacious story, and perhaps it is, when you see what Donald Trump has been doing with nuclear testing and with nuclear weapons over the past few months, it's actually not that far-fetched. And so, before sharing with you what this CIA analyst is saying that his sources tell them, because you may go, "Come on, Ben, does this CIA analyst really have these sources?" Before showing you that, let me just show you Donald Trump's own words over the past 6 to 9 months, and let me share with you the words of Donald Trump's Undersecretary of State for Arms Control. Also talk about how they are interpreting Donald Trump's command that nuclear weapons testing occur in the United States immediately.
Y'all please hit the like button immediately. Double tap the face of your phone or hit those 3 dots. Come on. This stuff is unwinding, unfolding right here, right now. Now he act like he been trying to get access to the nuclear codes and had to find out the hard way. His access has been denied. Y'all, oh my God, he is the enemy of the United States. Oh my God. He is not fit to be
Donald
president.
Trump's Undersecretary of State for Arms Control also talk about how they are interpreting Donald Trump's command that nuclear weapons testing occur in the United States immediately. And I know with all of the distractions that Donald Trump throws everybody's way, this is one of those stories that, just happened on a random Wednesday, if you will. But Donald Trump claimed that China and Russia were involved in nuclear testing. What they were involved in was testing regarding weapons capable of delivering nuclear arms and nuclear material, but there wasn't actually a nuclear test where the underlying nuclear material itself was used, because that would probably register with our intelligence community. And so Donald Trump, again, just not just shooting from the hip, but hearing things and then interpreting it in a way that's so dangerously wrong. So before sharing with you this incident that allegedly occurred this weekend, first let me share with you what this guy, Thomas DiNanno, who's Donald Trump's Undersecretary of State for Arms Control, he said that the United States has not yet decided how to implement Donald Trump's order to resume U.S. nuclear weapons tests. We're still assessing it. We've made no decision specifically on how or what any testing program would look like. Now, you would think that this would be a front page story, right? You would think everybody would know about it. But let me show you the clip. Let's play it.
Thank you, Senator. Look, a couple points to make. Number one, we're still assessing. We've made no decision specifically on how or what that any testing program would look like. So that's pre-decisional. If the administration comes to that decision, I'm sure would happy to come back and talk to you.
And what that is in response to is what took place in October of 2025 when Donald Trump was aboard Air Force One and Trump's like, yeah, we're going to do testing. Here's what Donald Trump said. Let's play it.
Are you talking about literally resuming underground nuclear detonation tests?
You'll find out very soon, but we're going to do some testing. Yeah, other countries do it. If they're going to do it, we're going to do it.
Okay, you can't clarify when you will resume.
I'm not going to say yet. I mean, I know exactly what we're doing, where we're doing it, but other countries are doing it, and if other countries do it, we do it.
And throughout the end of last October, he kept on saying this over and over again. Nuclear testing. He said, Xi Jinping, Putin, they're telling me they're doing nuclear testing, so I got to do nuclear testing. Here, play this clip.
About resuming nuclear testing, what prompted you to do that right before the meeting?
It had to do with others. They seem to all be nuclear testing. We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing, and we've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Any details around the testing, sir? Like where, when?
It'll be announced. You know, we have test sites. It'll be announced.
And here is how a military intelligence officer, Scott Ritter, a former military intelligence officer, described the situation of what went down there. Let's play this clip.
My take is that the United States of America is governed by one of the dumbest men in the world who doesn't understand the power of words. And before he speaks on topics such as this, he should probably get better briefed. This is a man who was told that the Russians had carried out 2 nuclear tests. One of the Burevestnik nuclear-powered cruise missile and the other of the Poseidon nuclear-powered underwater drone. Both of these are, nuclear capable, meaning they can carry nuclear warheads. But the tests were of the nuclear propulsion systems. And so, he somehow in his brain decided that he was going to call these nuclear weapons tests. No, they're tests of nuclear delivery vehicles that happen to be nuclear powered. Maybe that's just too many nuclears for Trump's brain to handle. But the bottom line is, he spoke out and said, they're doing tests, so I'm going to order tests. Now, here's the important part. He said, I'm going to order the Secretary of War, that would be Pete Hegseth, to carry out a nuclear weapons test similar to what was done. And everybody freaked out and thought, oh my God, that means the United States is going to go and violate the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty and start testing, actual nuclear warheads. And yet today, the Secretary of War carried out his instructions. They tested a Minuteman III missile without a warhead. They tested the delivery system, very similar to what the tests that were done by, but we do this all the time. This isn't the first Minuteman III test this year. We've tested a whole range of Trident D5s, delivery systems, and it should not raise anybody's eyebrows. It shouldn't get anybody's pulse up. But then he turns around and he says things like, we know the Russians are testing in secret. We know the Chinese are testing in secret. Well, the secrecy are the tests of their missiles. Of course they're secret. I mean, Russia's like a broadcast that, hey, today we're going to flight test at Burevestnik, although apparently a NATO ship was monitoring the test and the Russians didn't do anything to disguise it. But your words matter. And so now you're the Russians, and you have to be pragmatic. You have to say, is this guy just stupid? The answer, of course, is an unqualified yes.
People to get out.
But
them people
you
told
can't
on
run your policy
who he
based
really
upon,
are.
we're just interpreting his words as stupidity.
People
His
turning on
words
him.
could also be interpreted to be that the United States believes that Russia and China are carrying out secret nuclear weapons tests, and therefore the United States must be prepared to carry out tests of its own. But if that's the case, then it isn't the Secretary of War that's going to handle that. It'll be a completely different American agency responsible for the upkeep of nuclear weapons, and the Department of Energy. And there's no evidence that we are getting ready to do a nuclear test, and there's no evidence that the Russians or the Chinese have been doing or getting ready. All countries do what are known as subcritical testing. That is, we test the nuclear device model in a manner that tests everything except the actual fission event. We don't get that fission event, and then we extrapolate based upon data whether or not the weapon would work, etc. Everybody does that.
Right, now that I shared that with you, let me go back to this article in the Mirror. Trump blocked from accessing nuclear codes by head of the U.S. military. Donald Trump is alleged to have received pushback from a senior military person in a meeting at the White House during an attempt to access the nuclear codes. Here's what the Mirror says. Donald Trump was blocked access to the nuclear codes by General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs. This according to retired CIA analyst Larry Johnson. He said on the YouTube channel Judging Freedom. And I think the guy who hosted the Judging Freedom, that judge, he used to appear on Fox all of the time, and Andrew Napolitano, and I always viewed him as like one of these Fox people, but I guess that's changed recently. And here he is with this former CIA analyst, Larry Johnson. And here's how Larry Johnson describes what happens here. Play this clip.
And then there was a report out that they had an emergency meeting Saturday night. And apparently, well, one report coming out of that meeting at the White House is that Trump wanted to use the nuclear codes, and General Dan Kane stood up and said no. He invoked his privilege as the head of the military, so to speak. It was apparently quite a blow up. There are pictures of Kane coming out of that meeting with his head down to the ground. So, there's some very, very bizarre things going on in D.C.
Well, on Saturday night, excuse me, Larry, Trump said, this is hard to say with a straight face, but this is what he said. Trump said that the U.S. and Iran would jointly excavate the enriched uranium and remove it. Has he lost his mind?
Short answer, yes. There's Donald Trump there is something seriously wrong with him in terms of what his tweeting on social media, or on Truth Social in particular, and then the crazy public statements. Go back and look at what he said on Friday. In the period of about 30 minutes, he claimed that Iran's agreed, there's going to be peace, a deal is near. It was all manipulating the stock market and the commodities market, but none of it was true. And Iran, Iran's sitting there watching what he's saying and is saying, you begin to come to the position that you can't trust anything that is coming out of Donald Trump's mouth.
Wow. Did the Navy fire at this Iranian vessel, either to terrify the crew or disable it?
No, they fired at it. There is a video showing the ship firing. You don't see the impact. The reports on social media, on Telegram, and stipulate that it hit the engine room, disabled the vessel. Now, again, it's important to emphasize this is an Iranian flag vessel. It was coming from China, headed to Iran, and it's a container ship. Those 40-foot containers that show up on the back of trucks roaring along the highways in the United States. That's what they were carrying.
I'm Michael Popak, and I got some big news for our audience. Most of you know me as the co-founder of Midas Touch's Legal AF and the Legal AF YouTube channel.
Hey, Michael. They all partners.
Does it make your hair grow?
Girl, what?
More from that interview with Larry Johnson, this former CIA analyst, when he's asked, so how is Iran even supposed to negotiate with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance when Trump and Vance are out there, just changing the negotiating position every single day, and Donald Trump's making these threats, and Donald Trump's blocking the Persian Gulf with this blockade, and Donald Trump continues to threaten to end the Iranian civilization, and Donald Trump agrees to the 10-point framework that Iran puts forward, where Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, has long-term security guarantees for itself, Hezbollah, and its other proxies, that it could charge a toll in the Strait of Hormuz, that all sanctions get removed, that it keeps uranium. Like, how do you negotiate with Trump when he says, I agree to that, and then posts that he agrees to that, and then just changes his mind and then posts, no, we're going to obliterate you and destroy you? Here, play this clip.
Well, they won't until the United States lifts the so-called blockade and abides by the 10 points that Iran presented them with 2 weeks ago. So they're very serious about this. And, this is reminiscent of the negotiations with Russia, or the attempted negotiations with Russia. The Russians made very clear what their non-negotiable items were, and the United States kept pretending that, oh, they don't mean that. They're just playing it's a negotiation ploy. So that's their initial demand, and we'll go back and forth. No, that's Iran's in the same position. So they're going to retaliate for this attack on this ship that was coming from China to Iran.
Drinking the Kool-Aid. You don't even sound.
The escalation will be on. Look, the United States is planning to attack Iran. That's clear. There is no genuine desire to have a peace agreement.
Period.
And I want to just share with you too, and again, this isn't getting enough attention, how Donald Trump's words are having consequences across the globe. I mean, here you have Russia's ambassador to the United Nations, Vasily Nebenzia. This was back in November of 2025. He describes Donald Trump's words about nuclear testing as very serious. In response to our testing of new cruise missiles and nuclear-capable underwater weapons, Trump stated that the United States is considered resuming nuclear testing. This is a serious statement. The consequences are still unknown, and we must be prepared for such a development. In other words, now Donald Trump is threatening, to do this nuclear testing. And by the way, the hearing of the undersecretary, that hearing was a few weeks back. I mean, that was in March during Donald Trump's catastrophic and unlawful war. But there'll be subtitles so you can hear what this Russian ambassador to the UN says. Here, play this clip.
Президент Трамп в ответ на испытание нами новых крылатых ракет и подводного оружия с ядерной установкой заявил о том, что Соединенные Штаты думают о возобновлении ядерных испытаний. Это достаточно серьезное заявление. Во что оно выльется, пока неизвестно. Президент Путин сказал, что таким заявлением, конечно, серьезно. Если это произойдет, мы должны быть готовы. Готовы к такому развитию событий.
And here's what this guy Peskov, who's basically Putin's Caroline Levitt, here's what he has to say about when Donald Trump was talking about nuclear testing, when Trump was saying it in October. He goes, I'd like to recall Putin's statement, which has been repeated many times, if anyone deviates from the moratorium, Russia will act accordingly. In other words, Russia is saying, we hear Donald Trump doing nuclear tests, so we're going to do nuclear tests. Here, play this clip.
Трамп в своем заявлении упомянул о том, что другие страны занимаются, дескать, испытанием ядерного оружия. До сих пор нам не было известно, что кто-то занимается испытанием. И если каким-то образом имеется в виду испытание буревестника, то это не является ядерным испытанием никоим образом. Все страны занимаются развитием своих систем обороны, но это не является ядерным испытанием. Поэтому здесь
Hello,
США
everyone. Hey,
суверенная
Deborah.
страна, она имеет право на суверенные решения. Но я хочу напомнить заявление президента
They
Путина,
got me
который
sick at the
неоднократно
stomach right now, but
повторял,
hey.
что, конечно же, если кто-то отойдет от моратория, то Россия будет действовать соответственно.
And then you have all of Donald Trump's sycophants repeating that nuclear testing would be great. You had MAGA Mike Johnson saying it. Play this clip.
I also want to quickly talk about something that the president said, pretty remarkable, actually, that he said. He said that he instructed the Pentagon to begin testing nuclear weapons again for the first time in more than 30 years. It hasn't happened since 1992. Have you been briefed about this? Are you okay with this move?
I haven't spoken to the president in about 48 hours, so I did not know he was going to say that, but I think it is an important thing for him to have said. Why? Because we have demonstrated, even in recent days, that the only way to maintain peace is to show strength. It's peace through strength. That's one of our principles that we try to advance here every day. We learned that during the Cold War. We know it's certainly true now. America is the last great superpower in the world. We do not have a peer-to-peer adversary. China is trying to become that. But in this dynamic that we have now on the world stage, America has to show strength. And I think it is an obvious and logical thing to ensure that our weapon systems work as they're designed. I have a big Air Force base in my district. Barksdale Air Force Base is the home of the Global Strike Command. 2/3 of the nuclear triad commanded there. And our airmen and all of those involved in our nuclear arsenal need to be well practiced, and they certainly are. They're ready and prepared, but we need to make sure that we know that we can maintain our strength. And I think that's an obvious and logical thing to do.
Inside the Silver Star survival package, you'll find a covert, all-in-one solar briefcase generator called that.
You had J.D. Vance saying it as well. Play this clip.
Mr. Vice President, could you let us know your understanding of the president's comments that he wants to resume nuclear testing after more than 30 years? Does he mean the warheads themselves, the distribution, the missiles, and so forth? What's your understanding of this?
Well, look, I'll answer that very briefly, but I really do want to focus on the shutdown that is affecting the American people. I think the president's truth speaks for itself. We have a big arsenal, obviously. The Russians have a large nuclear arsenal. The Chinese have a large nuclear arsenal. Sometimes you've got to test it to make sure that it's functioning and working properly. We've been working very closely, even with nations that we don't have the best relations with, to try to limit nuclear proliferation. The president's going to keep on working on that, but it's an important part of American national security to make sure that this nuclear arsenal we have actually functions properly, and that's part of a testing regime. To be clear, we know that it does work properly, but you got to keep on top of it over time, and the president just wants to make sure that we do that.
And I think it's important to also note, and this doesn't get nearly enough attention, right now you have North Korea doing lots of cruise and ballistic missile testing and saying we're a nuclear power, we're a nuclear power. And as expert Professor Robert Kelly explains, this Professor Robert Kelly, the reason that North Korea became a nuclear power was because Donald Trump ripped up Obama's nuclear deal with Iran in 2018, and then Donald Trump allowed North Korea to become a nuclear power. Remember when Donald Trump was talking all tough? He was talking all tough with North Korea, and he allowed Kim Jong-un to build nuclear weapons, and now it's like, whatever, what can we do? Remember when Obama would get criticized every time Kim Jong-un would do like missile tests? It would be like, oh my God, we're on missile test watch of Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un like tests cruise and ballistic missiles right now, like every day, and brags about having nuclear weapons. Here's what Professor Kelly had to say. Play this clip.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think the analysis there, I think, is accurate, and I think many people who work on North Korea nuclear weapons would say that the Iran scenario is exactly why other rogue states like North Korea build these weapons, and we can imagine that others will do so in the future. The fact that Donald Trump walked away from the Iran deal that was brokered by the Obama administration sends a pretty powerful signal to the North Koreans that if you negotiate with the Americans, you strike a deal, then the American administration changes, you have sort of a partisan transition that future governments won't feel bound by that deal. And so the only way to have sort of final security, ultimate security, is to nuke up. And the North Koreans can't deliver those weapons really any other way than missiles. Hence all the missile tests that you saw today and we've seen for years.
And here's what former National Security Advisor John Bolton had to say about Iran negotiators now smelling panic on Donald Trump. Let's play it.
Panic in the White House. I think they can see Trump wants out of this. He's broadcasting it almost every day, and it gives the Iranians enormous leverage they shouldn't have.
And by the way, don't you remember end of last week, Donald Trump saying that he was going to work with Iranian excavators to extract nuclear dust from Iran's nuclear sites? And they're like, yo, this guy's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? We're not doing that. Here, play this clip.
Somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear dust? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration
335
is too
watching
strong
now.
a
Hit the
word.
like button, y'all.
Obliteration. That's so deep.
And then here was Donald Trump boasting from last June to the present about how Iran's nuclear capabilities have totally been obliterated. And now apparently they haven't been obliterated at all. Here, play this clip.
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. We assess that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. The nuclear threat of Iran, that was totally obliterated. Iran, where we wiped out their nuclear capacity for weapons. They totally obliterated the potential nuclear supply of Iran. In June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. Last summer, I ordered devastating strikes on Iran's key nuclear facilities and achieving total obliteration of the Iran nuclear potential capability, totally obliterated.
There you have it. Let me know what you think, everybody. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers, and thanks so much for watching.
Okay, so before it's so much, man. I've been quiet over here because
ad-free episodes of our podcast and more exclusive content.
It's just so much. It's just way too much. Before I get to Tucker, I still haven't gotten to his apology. Did I send? Okay, which? Truth Hub. Kim Jong-un ordered the execution of 2 Israeli residents in North Korea for espionage and leaking sensitive information to Mossad. Y'all, it's a lot going on right now. Right now. So the distraction of it all is so very real. Okay? I just want y'all to understand. A lot is going on right now. Hey, Dewey. Iran never apologized for saying. Y'all see that? Now, I kind of saw a picture of a guy. I'm scared to play it, but hell, I'm scared to show it. I may not need to. Yeah, espionage. It's a lot going on right now. And he has lights out. Lights out. I need for y'all to hit the like button. Lights are out. But before I get to Carlson and his apology, I apologize. Breaking. Iran gives VIP treatment to Chinese vessels in the Strait of Hormuz while the world waits. Beijing sails. Wow. Erica awkwardly hugs Trump on stage and then runs off immediately. When was this? Oh, yeah, no. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Okay, let me get back over here. Trying to show y'all something.
There's a lot of evil shit going on.
I know.
When I interviewed Elizabeth Phillips, for some reason that interview is what made it click. Like that whole thing was about Camp Kanakuk, supposedly the biggest Christian camp in the world. For whatever reason, that interview made me realize, like, holy shit. These people are everywhere. Nothing's going to show up on a background check. They appear to be normal, hardworking, caring people, and they insert themselves wherever there's going to be kids, whether it's a PE coach, a cheerleading coach, a swim coach, a church camp, a outdoors camp, Boy Scouts. Wherever there's kids, there is a very, very high possibility there's going to be violence.
Yeah, I feel like evilness follows the kids.
There's a lot of evil shit going on.
I know.
When I interviewed Elizabeth Phillips, for some reason that interview is what made it click. Like that whole thing was about Camp Kanakuk, supposedly the biggest Christian camp in the world. For whatever reason, that interview made me realize, like, holy shit. These people are everywhere. Nothing's going to show up on a background check. They appear to be normal, hardworking, caring people, and they insert themselves wherever there's going to be kids, whether it's a PE coach, a cheerleading coach, a swim coach, a church camp, a outdoors camp, Boy Scouts. Wherever there's kids, there is a very, very high possibility there's going to be violence.
Yeah, I feel like evilness follows the kids.
There's a lot of evil shit.
Hold on.
I know.
When I interviewed Elizabeth Phillips, for some reason
a lot of evil. God bless them, protect them, restore them, heal us all, Lord.
Let them loose.
Hold on. Oh, wow.
Out on the rest of the day at school. I was at Newport Harbor High School. I had a really good friend, and we decided to skip out on the rest of the day at school. We had this guy that was sitting outside of a 7-Eleven buy us some beer in exchange for bagels. His name was Len, and I say that because I'm calling him out. He ended up kind of following us around. Having 3 beers shouldn't have equaled the amount of inebriation that I got. We were in an alley before I completely blacked out, and I remember him showing me a knife. And when I came to, I was laying on the grass at a nearby park, and my pants were around my ankles, and I saw my really good friend Stacy kind of slumped over his lap. He's sitting down and she's kind of like this, completely passed out. And then all of a sudden a policeman starts walking. He had to have seen something completely inappropriate, but Len ran off and the policeman decided to go to us and figure out why we're not in school versus running after the 33-year-old man who was just in a park in the middle of the day with 2 young girls. We wanted to tell someone what had happened physically, but we were scared because we had drank. And so at that point, we made a pact. We're like, okay, let's just say that he made us with the knife drink so we don't get in trouble for drinking. Next day, the FBI is at the school and they're taking our statements. A couple days later, I'm giving them my clothes to do forensics. One day, I went to school and the principal called me on the speakers. On the way into the office, I saw Stacy crossing and she mouthed to me, "I'm sorry." And so she had told the truth. The FBI didn't believe us anymore, even though there was forensic evidence. Back then, it's almost like it was the kid's fault because I was wearing a short shirt. And because of the zero tolerance policy that California had in the schools, Stacy and I were expelled. I was at Newport Harbor High School. I had a really good friend, and we decided to skip out on the rest of the day at school. We had this guy that was sitting outside of a 7-Eleven buy us some beer in exchange for bagels. His name was Len, and I say that because I'm calling him out. He ended up kind of following us around. Having 3 beers shouldn't have equaled the amount of inebriation that I got. We were in an alley before I completely blacked out, and I remember him showing me a knife. And when I came to, I was laying on the grass at a nearby park, and my pants were around my ankles, and I saw my really good friend Stacy kind of slumped over his lap. He's sitting down and she's kind of like this, completely passed out. And then all of a sudden a policeman starts walking. He had to have seen something completely inappropriate, but Len ran off and the policeman decided to go to us and figure out why we're not in school versus running after the 33-year-old man who was just in a park in the middle of the day with 2 young girls. We wanted to tell someone what had happened physically, but we were scared because we had drank. And so at that point, we made a pact. We're like, okay, let's just say that he made us with the knife drink so we don't get in trouble for drinking. Next day, the FBI is at the school and they're taking our statements. A couple days later, I'm giving them my clothes to do forensics. One day, I went to school and the principal called me on the speakers. On the way into the office, I saw Stacy crossing, and she mouthed to me, "I'm sorry." And so she had told the truth. The FBI didn't believe us anymore, even though there was forensic evidence. Back then, it's almost like it was the kid's fault because I was wearing a short shirt. And because of the zero tolerance policy that California had in the schools, Stacy and I were expelled. I was at Newport Harbor High School. Wow. I had a really good friend, and we decided to skip out on the rest. We had this guy that was sitting outside of a 7-Eleven buy us some beer in exchange for bagels. His name was
Beer
Len,
for bagels.
and I say that.
Beer for bagels. Oh no, not that one.
Phillips, for some reason, there's a lot of evil shit going on.
I know.
When I interviewed Elizabeth Phillips, for some reason, that interview is what made it click. And that interview is what made it click. Like that whole thing was about Camp Canada. They made fun of it. One of the best operators ever worked.
Oh, let me refresh. Yeah, hit the like. Hi, I'm okay. I need to get something to eat. I'm trying to. Oh man, I'm just hearing such disturbing stuff. This is just crazy.
But then I completely blacked out. And when I came to, I was laying on the grass at a nearby park, and my pants were around my ankles. He was not arrested. He was not charged. Stacy and I were expelled. I was woken up in the middle of the night by two strangers, and they said, "You're coming with me. We can do this the easy way or the hard way." And the hard way involves handcuffs.
Your parents didn't tell you anything.
No, they were advised not to. There was one incident in particular that really, I feel like, led to me getting sent away. They could have already known I was going to be sent away at this point. I'm not sure. But I was at Newport Harbor High School. I had a really good friend, and we decided to skip out on the rest of the day at school. And we decided Stacy was able to, come to, and the policeman, he ran off. The Len ran off, and the policeman decided to go to us and figure out why we're not in school versus running after the 33-year-old man who was just in a park in the middle of the day with two young girls, So then he talked to us about where we lived, why we're in school. I thought it was so smart. When he asked for my address, I just gave the wrong zip code, thinking that he wasn't going to be able to get a hold of my mom. He did. And on the way back on our walk home to school, Stacy and I talked about what happened, and we were really scared of getting in trouble. And we decided, because we wanted to tell someone what had happened physically, but we were scared because we had drank. And so at that point, we made a pact. We're like, okay, we're not going to say anything about anything, but if we get in trouble, let's just tell them that he made us drink. Right? Let's just say that he took us, he made us at the payphone. He showed us the knife. We know he has a knife. Let's just say that he made us with the knife drink so we don't get in trouble for drinking. Because that was the big thing in our head is we're going to get in so much trouble for this. We felt we were going to get in trouble for everything, even being sexually assaulted. I thought I was going to get in trouble for that. And lo and behold, I get picked up from my mom that day, and she said, "Where were you?" And I just started crying. And I told her the truth. I told her what happened in the park. And next day, the FBI is at the school, and they're taking our statements. A couple days later, I'm giving them my clothes to do forensics. And a couple days after that, we're in one of those places you see on TV, like SVU almost, where it's like the two-way mirror, and you're with a psychologist, and she's asking me with the bear, show me what he did with the two bears, and I have to act out this whole thing in this trauma-informed center for interviewing kids. And
Holy shit.
Yeah, everything. I wasn't allowed to talk to Stacy at all because they didn't want to cross the stories and stuff. And one day I went to school, and the principal called me on the speakers and told me to come into the office. And on the way into the office, I saw Stacy crossing, and she mouthed to me, "I'm sorry." And I was like, oh no. And so she had told the truth about Len not making us leave, right? And then they didn't believe us. The FBI didn't believe us anymore. even though there was forensic evidence. But
There was like,
yeah, yeah, they had forensic evidence on my clothes and his. Hers, I don't know how far it went. For me, it was just molestation, but there was forensic proof of it. But back then, like this is 2000, right? Back then, it's almost like it was the kid's fault because I was wearing a short shirt, you know? It was like I somehow did this to myself and it wasn't a true predator, which he is a predator, you know? So there is that feeling of, well, I lied about how I got off campus, so I don't get, like, now I'm a liar. And they went so far as to tell my parents I wasn't abused and that I made it up. And my parents didn't know I was abused until about a year and a half ago when I decided to talk about it. And they said, wait, that actually happened? I'm like, yeah, it happened. So they dropped all charges. They searched for Len.
Oh, wow.
They found him living in a hotel a couple blocks away from
Why was they
where he
protecting
met
him?
us. He was not arrested. He was not charged. And because of the zero tolerance policy that California had in the schools, Stacy and I were expelled because we drank alcohol during school hours. We were not on school campus, but because we consumed alcohol during school hours, we were expelled. And so then I didn't have anywhere to go to school. And that is when I think things shifted for my parents. You know, granted, at that point they thought I had lied about being abused too, right? They didn't know the truth. And about, I think it was probably 3 weeks later, I was woken up in the middle of the night by two strangers about 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning, and they said, "You're coming with me." And I said, "No, I'm not." And they said, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way." And the hard way involves handcuffs. And that's kind of the beginning of the end for me.
so your parents didn't tell you anything?
No, they were advised not to by the program that I was going to be sent to. They advised that I know nothing because I had a propensity to run away. They advised doing it in the middle of the night. It was 2 off-duty police officers, male and a female, and they advised that just do it in the middle of the night and with force.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so 2 a.m., I said, "Well, can I go to the bathroom?" And they said, "Well, we have to watch you." And I was like, "Okay, can I get
How do you know you're not
dressed?"
being kid? Hold on, wait, they watched you
yeah,
go
no,
to
they
the
watched
bathroom?
me. Yeah, they watched me go to the bathroom. And I said, "Well, can I get dressed?" And they're like, "We have to watch you too." So I changed in front of them. At this point, you know, I didn't know what was going on. First, when they first woke me up, I thought I was being arrested because I'm like, I smoked pot the night before, so I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna be arrested. But when I saw my parents at the door watching it and crying, I knew that I wasn't being arrested and I wasn't being kidnapped because why would they watch me being kidnapped, you know? But I was being kidnapped. It was just, they condoned it. But, and then the last thing I remember is I said, "Can I at least pack a bag?" And I forget if it was the guy or the girl. They said, "Your parents already did." And I snapped. As soon as the parents already did, that they had not only known about this, but they had my bag packed already to leave.
Right, Kevin.
And I just started screaming at them. And I remember my mom crying, saying, "We're not abandoning you. We're not abandoning you."
Yes,
And
you are.
I'm like, "Yeah, you are. You actually are. And I hate you, and I'm never fucking talking to you ever again." And they took me by the arms, took me out to a black SUV, threw me in the back, drove me to LAX. I wasn't allowed to know where I was going. This is back before, you know, you had like actual tickets that you had to have in the airport.
CIA.
You know, wasn't allowed to see the ticket. They faced me away from the gate so that I couldn't know what gate I was going to. And I remember vividly not knowing where I was going until I was on the plane and the captain came on and said, "You're on a flight to Boise, Idaho." And that's when they gave me 2 letters, one for my mom, one for my dad. And I remember just disassociating so hardcore. I don't even remember what the letters said. And I don't remember the flight, probably the layover. I don't even know. I just remember arriving at Intermountain Hospital in Boise, Idaho. And my life was changed forever. So.
Holy shit. No matter where you're watching the Sean Ryan show
Wow.
from, did you get
Shout out to
anything out
Sean
of this at
Ryan.
all? Anything?
Oh, wow.
Out, and when I came to, I was laying. And I was the pickiest eater. We all ate dinner at this gigantic wooden table, and you had to eat what was offered. And I was the pickiest eater you could ever meet. I had never had salad until I arrived at Chrysalis, and they were forcing me to eat. We all ate dinner at this gigantic wooden table, and you had to eat what was offered. And I was the pickiest eater you could ever meet. I had never had salad until I arrived at Chrysalis, and they were forcing me to eat salad. I'm sitting there, and I would try to put all the salad in my mouth at once, but this time I gagged, and I ended up throwing up on my plate. And he forced me to eat it because
Oh,
you have to
absolutely.
eat what's on your plate.
He threw the food up, and then he made
me eat my throat. I was eating
Oh,
pancakes, and I was
wow.
just going like this with the syrup over it, and it accidentally went over the plate onto the placemat. And Kenny yelled at me, and he called me a pig. We all ate dinner at this gigantic wooden
Oh,
table,
my
and
God.
you had to eat what was offered. And I was the
Oh, my
pickiest
God. Oh, my
you
God.
could ever meet. I had never had salad until
That's all I can take of that one. Oh, wait. What is this? Oh, my God.
Let them.
Is this the same one?
They completely brainwash you.
Yeah, it's very odd. So Chrysalis is, at least at that time, a very small program. There's only like 10 girls, and you all live together in the middle of nowhere in rural.
Brainwash you.
Yeah, it's very odd. So Chrysalis is, at least at that time, a very small program. There's only like 10 girls, and you all live together in the middle of nowhere in rural Montana, next to the Canadian
Y'all
border.
still hear they
in a log
playing with my
cabin in the middle of
Wi-Fi.
the woods. The two
Hold
people
on.
are married. They're your therapists. You share a bathroom with them. You live in the same log cabin with them. Yeah. They've instilled in you that Chrysalis is a family. They talk about the other girls in Chrysalis. Those are your Chrysalis sisters.
What are your parents thinking? Camp in the woods in a log cabin in
Yeah.
Montana in the middle of nowhere with 10 girls and a married couple?
I did talk to my dad, and he said that when he visited, he saw like weird stuff, like weird dynamics. And he said he remembers seeing like a girl sit on Kenny's lap. He remembers thinking, that's a little weird, but maybe I'm off. I'm going to go ahead and look at Kenny's wife and see what she looks like. How is she responding to this? And that should tell me if I'm wrong. And he'd look over at Mary, and she'd be like,
They completely
Oh,
brainwash
wow.
yeah, it's very odd. So Chrysalis is, at least at that time, a very small program. There's only like 10 girls.
And your family didn't see the signs. What type of crap is this? Oh, man, it's been going on for how long, y'all? How long this type of crap been going on? For a very long time. Y'all still with me? I'm not seeing no movement in my chat. Are y'all still with me? 5. Okay. That's a classic example of abuse. Okay, so y'all are down here. I just couldn't see y'all moving. Let me try to find this Tucker Carlson one where he's apologizing. That's what what is this? They sure pushing them giants, baby. Ooh, and I'm telling you, they pushing them giants. Now I went over here for something. I came over here looking for Tucker Carlson's apology with and I'm seeing all type of other stuff. Hold on. Face peelers. Aliens hiding in jungles. Trump told his last chance at redemption is to resign now, citing health reasons. He doesn't understand or perhaps will not admit that he is memorializing a decade in which he could cause decay, division. Oh yeah, he know that. Whoever William Becker is, he know that. He ain't trying to resign for that. Y'all gonna have to take him. Mama said take him out. Yeah, extend. lying about the ceasefire. Let me see. I don't know where I saw. Okay, let me get over here so I can find Tucker. Hold on. He's scared and bored. Who? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Yeah, 321. I'm trying to get to.
I lost $50,000 because I didn't buy a domain name. My advice.
Trump in trouble. Trump panics as Letitia James explores. Let me get over here. Yeah, I'm going to leave on this one after this one. What time is it? It's almost 7 o'clock. I think I got another one scheduled at 9. Can John Christie, it's fake position. Democrats want Cash Patel out after Trump's labor secretary. Deal's not working. Oh, Cory Booker go off. How long is this one? Oh, it's too long. Ooh, hold on. Did I hear this? Did we hear this?
Those who have opposed Donald Trump in the past, it's come.
If the American people want the truth, they definitely should not pick up the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal.
Is far from happy with
they don't want us to know the truth.
Shed light on how even close military leaders feel about their commander-in-chief. And what makes it worse is that the reporting on this matter isn't just coming from critics or those who have opposed Donald Trump in the past. It's coming from the Wall Street Journal, of all places. Traditionally, one of the most conservative outlets in American media, owned by none other than Rupert Murdoch. I mean, they're the ones that are saying something is very wrong inside this administration.
Wall Street Journal reports that you-know-who is really in a panic over how the war is going and struggling to find a way out. You think he overestimated his deal-making skills here? Will Vance have any more luck? Will we ever know what's really going on in the White House?
Finally had the courage to do. Our military took out more than 13,000 targets. The Iranian Navy is in the bottom of the sea. We have completely depleted their air force, their military, their ability for their leaders to communicate with one another inside this radical regime. Yet the American media is still trying to say that the United States is in a worse off position than we were at the start of this, that Iran still poses a threat. It's all a bunch of nonsense. They are rooting against this president and therefore our country, and it's really despicable to watch. But the facts are the facts. President Trump has been the steady leader our country needs throughout this entire endeavor. And again, thanks to the success of the military operation and his hardline negotiating style, we're on the brink of a deal. And if not, the president as commander-in-chief still has a number of options at his disposal that he's unafraid to use. And President Trump has proven before he does not bluff. When he makes a promise, he follows through on it. And I'm not sure why, after 10 years of covering this president, the American media still cannot understand when President Trump says he's going to do something.
Let me play Cash. Let me.
Journal's reporting is blunt that behind Donald Trump's public persona and confidence, there is something very different happening.
Having lived in Washington, son of a watching the system most of my life.
Melania didn't even go to Donald Jr.'s engagement party. Let me get to this apology. I hate him. Oh, wow. Okay, this is the one I'm going to end on, y'all. And then I'll be back at 9:30.
This is indicative of a larger fracturing of the MAGA movement. In the past... All right, everybody, we have some wild breaking news after right-wing celebrity Tucker Carlson has officially ditched Donald Trump in a very dramatic manner. He is hopping off the MAGA train.
Hopping off the MAGA train.
Wild breaking news after right-wing celebrity Tucker Carlson has officially ditched Donald Trump in a very dramatic manner. He is hopping off the MAGA train, hopping off the Trump train after spending the last decade of his career helping mainstream Donald Trump, normalize Donald Trump, and turn MAGA into what it is today. Well, Tucker Carlson said last night, quote, "I'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that I played a role in getting Donald Trump elected." He then says moments later, "I want to say that I'm sorry for misleading people." So I'll play this clip for you where Tucker Carlson makes a genuine apology to the people that he's misled, but I want to caveat very quickly with my thoughts, because first of all, this is indicative of a larger fracturing of the MAGA movement. In the past week, we've had people like Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, people who have been historically right-wing figures gunning for Trump are now saying that we do not support Trump anymore, that whatever he is doing lately is way too far. We even have the podcast sphere, people like Theo Vaughn. Now, it's important to say Theo Vaughn is not some like MAGA lunatic right-winger. He's genuinely just a comedian who doesn't really know much about politics, in my opinion, and now he's starting to turn against Trump incredibly hard, saying this is all BS and he does not support this administration. But when it comes to Tucker Carlson, before I play this clip, it's very important for me to point out that he is not some progressive. Tucker Carlson is not somebody that we should look up to. In fact, I do not think we should be buying a single word that Tucker Carlson is selling. Let me remind you, for all of the people on my side of the aisle who are starting to become a little bit more sympathetic to Tucker Carlson.
Thank you for the
He has
cash
spent
app an
his
hour
entire
ago.
career in politics, mainstreaming the type of racism that led to the MAGA movement. He spent his entire career pushing the great replacement theory, or the idea that white people are being replaced by other groups. In 2020, he said the 2020 election was stolen, even though behind the scenes he was texting saying, "When can I stop lying about this election being stolen?" So he went on to the largest primetime Fox News show in the entire country and knowingly lied about an election being stolen. This guy has no morals. I also want to point out, later on in this same interview that I'm about to play a clip from, Tucker Carlson, who was interviewing his brother, they begin to agree that the 2020 election was stolen by they. And then the brother doesn't say who they is. He just starts ranting about George Floyd, starts shitting on George Floyd. They end up agreeing that George Floyd was just a conspiracy theory to get rid of white cops. So to the progressives who I see sometimes email me and say, "Adam, you're going too hard on Tucker Carlson. He's a changed man." I don't buy it. We can't be that naive. You can't spend your entire life being a racist who pushes conspiracy theories and then for 3 months switch your tone on a podcast and suddenly think that you are saved. And to the people in my audience who have hated Tucker for their entire lives but now are like kind of fans or open to him, just remember, this is the person who has been lying to the face of the American people forever. He's not some truth teller. He's jumping ship now that the Trump movement or the MAGA movement has gotten so toxic, he can't be a part of it. So it is very important for me to bring that clarity and very important for you guys to know Tucker is still a racist conspiracy theorist, just in a different direction now. Now he aligns with anything that Russia is aligned with. So Tucker being aligned against the United States, against Donald Trump's policy here, is not out of some principle for democracy. It's because he loves Vladimir Putin. He loves Russia. He's said this before openly. But either way, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Bockler feed if you appreciate these types of breaking news videos. And without further ado, let's jump into this clip of Tucker Carlson.
And I and everyone else who supported him, he wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure. Yes. It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. Yes. So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people it was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
Come on. We know that he intentionally misled people surrounding the 2020 election. So this time he's saying, I knew Trump was lying in 2020, but I didn't think he would be lying again in 2024.
But anyway, but the question does present itself immediately, like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that. Yes. But it didn't, there are tons of people of low character who like outperform their character.
Signs of low character. I'm sorry to pause it. Donald Trump cheated on multiple wives, said he was grabbing women by the pussy because they let him do it, and had bankrupted multiple businesses because he's incompetent. Donald Trump has repeatedly scammed contractors beneath him and then spit on their face when they asked him for money. What do you mean there were some signs of low character, but we didn't really quite know if he was? No, this guy was an awful person.
It doesn't have to be.
Sort of the norm, actually, these days, I would say.
I've outperformed my character a lot. I don't have especially high character, right? But, you try to, whatever, you try your best. But what was this? Was this always the plan?
Hold on, let me pause.
Looking back after the last year and a half, it seems like it kind of was. And it's easy. Well, you could get really deep about it and say, what was Butler? Like, how was it that and Ryan Ruth, I mean, he was subject to 2 legitimate assassination attempts. Have we ever gotten to the bottom? I know you've talked a lot about this, but have we ever gotten to the bottom of that?
I've talked a lot about it. I don't know the answer, but I know that those investigations have been stymied. Fact.
Yeah, stymied from the very top. From people who actually would have the power to get to the bottom of it.
And the motive.
Feeling. Yes,
yeah,
very much. So, the enormous amount of money he got from Miriam Adelson.
Let me pause.
Now seems suspect to a lot of people.
So, I heard Young Buck, and I really like him, and I respect for the most part his opinion. But let me say this, is he changed? Do he have a new perspective? I don't know. But I do respect the renewing of the mind. I respect that. And if he, at any point that a person gets their aha moment, their light comes on, they bought into whatever, and at some point realize that they have made a deal with the devil, and I no longer want to be a part of it. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I have to accept that. Because the renewing of the mind could take someone dang near a whole lifetime, as long as they get it. So I have to honor that. I have to respect the apology. Now, if I start seeing other ways, then I have to assess it moving forward. But the renewing of the mind is the renewing of the mind.
Character.
Signs of low character. I'm sorry to pause it. Donald Trump cheated on multiple. And so this time he's saying, I knew Trump was lying in 2020, but I didn't think he would be lying again in 2024.
He's
but
the only
but the question does
I've seen
present itself immediately, like, what is this?
Day
Was this
that
always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut,
Owens.
but like, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that. Yes. But it didn't, there are tons of people with low character who like outperform their character.
Signs of low character. I'm sorry to pause it. Donald Trump cheated on
Joe
multiple
Reagan,
wives, said he was grabbing
Reagan,
women by the pussy because they let him do it, and had bankrupted multiple businesses because he's incompetent.
A couple of them.
Donald Trump has repeatedly scammed
They ain't want to,
contractors
though.
beneath him and then spit on their face when they asked him for money. What do you mean there were some signs of low character, but we didn't really quite know if he was? No, this guy was an awful person.
It doesn't have to be.
Sort of the norm, actually, these days, I would say.
I've outperformed my character a lot. I don't have especially high character, right? But you try to, whatever, you try your best. But what was this? Was this always the plan?
Looking back after the last year and a half, it seems like it kind of was. And it's easy. Well, you could get really deep about it and say, what was Butler? Like, how was it that he, and Ryan Ruth. I mean, he was subject to 2 legitimate assassination attempts. Have we ever gotten to the bottom? I know you've talked a lot about this, but have we ever gotten to the bottom of
I haven't
that?
talked a lot about it. I don't know the answer, but I know that those investigations have been stymied. Fact.
Yeah, stymied from the very top, from people who actually would have the power to get to the bottom of it.
And the motive.
Feeling. Yes,
Yeah.
very much. So, the enormous amount of money he got from Miriam Adelson now seems suspect to a lot of people at the time. But, you know, there's a lot of money in politics. To run for president requires an enormous, I mean, Kathleen Camel-Toe went through $2 billion in 4 months. So
Did you hear what he just called Kamala Harris? So if you think these people are your friends, you're wrong. This is Tucker Carlson's brother. This is Tucker Carlson's brother, Buck Carlson, who was just working for the admin, and now he's jumping ship. But they just called Kamala Harris, I don't even know, cackling camel toe. I'm sorry to even repeat that, but for all the people who are like, oh, Tucker's on our side now, he's not. He truly is not.
through $2 billion in 4 months. So, sure, there's an argument to be made that you get money from those who will give it to you. It's just the nature of that game. But it's still reprehensible, and it's still a big question mark. Why would someone who has obvious and demonstrated allegiance to a foreign power give Donald Trump $250 million while he's running for president? I mean, how is that defensible? It's really not. If Russia had given a PAC for Trump, you know, if the mayor of Moscow had somehow, you know, assembled an enormous amount of money and put it in a 501c3 for Trump's benefit, would that have been acceptable? Of course it wouldn't have been.
I mean, it's not even far from how Russia has helped Trump by just giving him a bunch of, you know, bots online and earned media. But to continue, Tucker's brother then goes on to say the 2020 election was stolen by they. They stole it. But then Tucker asks, who is they? And the brother just starts ranting about George Floyd and about how white cops are trying to, you know, black people are trying to get rid of white cops or whatever, just all lunatic stuff. I want to play for you this clip in which they talk about the 25th Amendment and how somebody around Donald Trump needs to invoke the 25th Amendment. Now, I want to also draw like a delineation here, because when I'm talking to Trump supporters out on the street and I break ground with somebody, that is much more powerful than whatever Tucker Carlson says. So, for example, there's been this Trump supporter troll in my replies on Twitter for the past year. Every single time I tweet, he's like, oh, here comes Adam Liberal Mockler with more fake propaganda. He just tweets a bunch of random BS at me. I don't know why a grown man is doing this, but recently he sent me a direct message, and it was this really, really long message, like very long message, going into his feelings about, you know, Trump and how everything's changing, and this new war is screwing more with gas prices, and his family is struggling, and he doesn't.
Where's the
So
speech?
saying suddenly I've woken, I've had a moral awakening in some way.
I heard it last
Because he
night.
hasn't
What
had a
is
moral
the
awakening
speech?
about his fandom of Putin or his fandom of Orban when he was still in office or any of the other things he's done. This feels very...
I want to show you something that you have to see to believe. I'm always transparent with you. We have this sound. I might play it more than once tonight. Okay, that's on purpose. But take in the sight of one of the greatest MAGA voices ever to grace your TV screen, because he got big on Fox, Tucker Carlson, who also continues to be a big part of what we hear is the MAGA podosphere, the digital space. He kind of has been able to walk both of those paths with media success, if you want to call it that, and he actively campaigned for Donald Trump in 24 because having left Fox, there was no more standards or rules holding him back. And here is what Tucker Carlson has to say. Not that, oh, I disagree with Trump on some things like the high prices in the war. Not that maybe the Republican Party should look to someone else in the future. That's a lot of the half criticism we hear. No. I want you to know tonight, Tucker Carlson is apologizing for ever helping to elect Donald Trump.
We're implicated in this for sure. Yes. It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. You and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences.
You say you're a Christian,
You know, we'll be
believe in Jesus
for
Christ.
a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
Tucker is sorry.
He's
And he's sorry not only that he campaigned for Trump, but that, as he says,
misleading.
if it was misleading, because how could you accurately sell this thing? That was itself not intentional. There's a lot there we might have to unpack. I want to.
Well, he said he semi acknowledges that it was misleading. He knows it was misleading because he knows it was a lot. Now, did he believe? I mean, because Candace Owens, you know, if y'all can remember, I be saying she's still trying to have faith in him or his message, or, you know, Eric Jr.'s or John Jr., whatever, you know, what they were pushing. You know, what's happening is that there is a revelation that whatever y'all cause was, whether it was offending blacks with Candace or pushing the evangelica, you know, manipulating of the word, is wars against two brothers, is built in whatever fashion. It appears to me, if I'm going to be honest, that they really believed that Trump was the one who could do it, and what he was pushing and how they was pushing, that, you know, he can reach the middle class, the commoners, or, you know, he really wanted change, counter, and reform, and that the IRS and the banking were duping people, and you know, I'm the one that's gonna fix it. Now, whether they believe that fully and didn't realize that, you know, he had a whole nother agenda at that time, had he taken the 100 million where he compromised himself, did he know at that time that there was that Epstein had leaked pictures to Russia and Israel? And at that time, did he know that the Mossad, you know, did he know that he had gotten deeply elbow with these people who was going to use him to the degree? Was he still considered a Christian at that time? I mean, did he know? Let me sum it up. Did he know that he had sold his soul to the devil? Did they realize that? I mean, had that already been in place and he just pulled the wool over their eyes, just everybody's eyes who believed in him? Or did the story change? Did the agenda change once he was blackmailed? Once he took that 100 mil? Once, I just remember that guy with the red and white, some over there in Middle East, showed that the fat guy showed him a picture or something. He went to try to grab whatever it was that he showed him. Was that the moment of being blackmailed? I mean, so did Tucker Carlson, Candace, did they know in the beginning? I'm gonna sum it up and say I don't think so. I really don't. I think that they thought that they were going to be a part of something that was going to be life-changing, resetting, taking it to the next level, and they was going to be a part of it. Yeah, but do I think that they knew what they were really getting into? I don't know that I know that. So when I hear them criticizing Tucker, because he's a very intelligent guy, and it's like, okay, you're so intelligent, you know it, but I think that when you're that intelligent, that smart, that you got it all together, you don't really realize that you're being played. That's why I'm really, really careful. You know, I know people do some things. I know they listen to some things, and I know people want to grab things and kind of make it their own and go, you know, use you as far as they can use you, and then grab it and take it from there and find somebody to replace you if need be. I think that may be where Tucker Carlson is. You know, he may have been to some degree, maybe 85%, maybe 75 to 80% of the intelligence of someone he could trust, and probably never thought that Trump would turn on them. I don't think Candace did either. But did they look over some things? I don't think he could have kept that type of secret of his past. I just don't know if I believe that. Now all of a sudden you know that he's a predator. When did you know? Tucker, when did y'all really realize that he was sick? But we believe I still want to be a part. See, this is when you compromise your integrity. This is when you compromise your morals. This is when you compromise your relationship with God. I'm not looking over nothing. I'm not going along with it for wealth. I'm just not. That's like toying with myself. Okay, now Auntie Fee, are you gonna stop your movement? You're gonna stop where God has brought you to and through now that they demonetize? Are you gonna stop? I would say, okay, Auntie Fee, this has happened before. Yeah, but this is a little different. And I don't know why it's a little different. So are you gonna stop providing the truth? Or are you going to keep on in spite of? So, I mean, and somebody may not look at it like that's the same, but it is. Well, that was millions, Auntie Fee. Yeah, but it's still, morally, it's still the same. If the mission, if the journey, if the calling is to spread the truth, then you have to have faith enough to spread it even when you are tested and tried, when they take your money away from you. Are you still gonna be solid? Are you still gonna stand 10 toes down? Is it a board mission? Do you hit your parachute button and hop out the plane and just let the plane go and do what it's gonna do? So you wasn't driven by the truth. So help you God. You was driven by money. So although it's an inconvenience, you still have to trust in God. So that's how I feel about them. They got off. Yes, they did. But I just don't want to compromise my relationship with God because it's personal. And I understand that everybody is not there. Everybody don't look at it like that. But that's my relationship with God. I've made some steps that maybe somebody behind me haven't made yet. I don't want to go back to the end of the line. And some things So that's how I look at that. Did they know? They had to have known. They've had to have known. He's bragged about it. He has 34 convictions. How did you help that? How did you help that? I mean, I respect the fact that you had a renewing of the mind, but I'm not going to erase the fact that you knew it. You knew it. And thank God that your eyes are open now, and that I can appreciate. And now I can know that you have some intel because you have some first-hand account. That's why I like Candace Owens. She owned it. She owned it. And she said that we were slaves to Trump. If that ain't owning it, that's owning it. So I hear them, and I hear the critiquing of it. I hear the doubt of it. But at any time that there's a renewing of the mind, at any time, I apologize, and confess amongst men. I gotta respect that and let God do what God gonna do. Let's go.
Bringing our experts tonight, Alex Wagner, MS Now senior political analyst. She's the host of Runaway Country and Crooked Media.
Everybody wants to criticize him. I wish I could just find the apology.
Those first eventful 100 days. So congratulations to you. We are somewhat biased in that we like you and work with you, but it's a real external award.
We're very proud.
We didn't give you the award, so congrats.
Thank you. It was ridiculously complicated and a Herculean effort, and I stand behind the achievements of others.
Well, there you go. Teamwork in journalism. And refreshing our table here is Morris Katz. He's a political strategist who worked on the very successful and at times controversial Mamdani New York City mayoral campaign. Not an exaggeration to say you are a...
Come on, Virginia. I don't know if the vote is over, but we'll know tonight. Hey, boom.
Well, there's time. There's time. So, Alex, we landed on Tucker.
Yeah.
Your reaction to Tucker Carlson saying, "I'm sorry I helped elect Trump."
I mean, I guess it's welcome if overdue. Pardon me for being a little cynical about the mea culpa, Ari. This is someone who witnessed Trump stage and foment an insurrection at the Capitol and still went and campaigned for the man. Like, did you not think his narcissism was malignant in early January of 2021? Because I sure did. Like, here was a man that clearly was going to stop at nothing, including tearing down our own democracy to regain power. So the idea that it's just dawned on him that this man's moral compass may not be pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, January 6th.
May not be operating with the most strategic manuals.
And why?
Maybe a little bit late. And maybe a little bit not as genuine as I wish it was.
What did George Floyd do other than be
Once
black?
People finally have,
and he didn't have a choice of that.
Come to Jesus moment, clarity, mental clarity.
Yeah.
Come to AI Jesus, but I get it.
Come to AI Jesus. Come to the actual Jesus and not the internet Jesus.
Come to the doctor who looks like Jesus.
Come to the Red Cross doctor don't go to that don't go to that Jesus. Go to someone who's going to offer your soul a pathway forward, right? And I feel like
it stopped making sense at a certain point, but I did it. Go ahead.
We're just like trying to get back to a meme and we can't find our way there. But I do think it feels, and I know this is hard for me to say, but it feels like the apology is genuine. And I also don't know that you can find your way back to supporting Trump once you've had that sort of emotional, sort of almost therapy-like session with his brother on his own podcast, right? I mean, this to me, I think, is a more significant break in MAGA world than certainly Trump would like to acknowledge, though I don't think it should be making Democrats think that Tucker Carlson is going to go out on the campaign trail for them just yet.
Well, Morris, it is one of those moments. You remember when Cronkite said Vietnam was unwinnable. Tucker's not Cronkite, and this is not Vietnam. But in our world, it is very hard to come back from this. It is Tucker putting a mark in the public record, not only that Trump is over to him, that he's sorry, and he says, quote, "We're implicated. You and me and millions of us are the reason this is happening." So this is so bad, the gas prices, the war, the other problems, and he's saying it with a level of accountability that most elected Republicans are not. As someone who works in the Democratic field, how do you view it?
I think that what's interesting is it's indicative of, I don't think Tucker Carlson's a leader who's gotten here on his own through, late nights of deep reflection. He's a podcaster who has an audience that he needs to keep engaged. And I think what he's probably seen is his podcast audience start to turn against the president, against this war, against this agenda, against inflation. And now he's trying to meet his audience where they are.
Which means, I'll let you continue, but if I understand that point, it's worse than it looks. Yes. It looks like one prominent pundit says, "I'm done with Trump." And you're saying behind that is a digital audience of millions that have forced his hand.
I mean, the entire Trump Manosphere podcast movement has turned its back away from the president. You've seen people like Theo Von critical of his actions in Israel. You've seen people like Joe Rogan critical of actions around the war.
Yeah, that was a hard one.
Critical of the economy right now. The entire kind of movement that fueled the Trump surge has walked away. And now, in response to that, Tucker suddenly decided to wrestle with his conscience for the first time in his life.
Well, and as you say, it may be a performative wrestling, right?
Yes.
And a lot of wrestling is performative.
Yeah, that's the thing about wrestling.
But I want to go another step deeper because I actually think this matters so much. This is part of our lead story. What matters is the war and the gas prices and the government dealing with that. But Tucker, as a person who has drawn this line, matters. And then he says, quote, "It was not intentional." I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. I'm going to play the whole bite again for you guys, the whole clip. But before I do, I want to do a fact check, which is people are welcome in our civic discourse to change their mind and share their views, and he's going out of his way to do that. But when he says this was not intentional, as if these are new thoughts for him, that is false. He is lying. And I just want to add that to the record of our reporting. And we know that for a very unusual reason, which is that when he was working for Fox, the level of falsehoods that they aired led to the largest defamation settlement ever and a discovery period where we got his real-time private communications, which is rare. And that was only under the court system we have. Everyone's so cynical, nothing works. It worked there. Here's what Tucker Carlson was writing in private when he didn't know this would ever be later come to light in public. Looking at how Trump was approaching the insurrection and trying to overthrow our democracy, he said, quote, "We're very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights." This is a text, January 4th, 2021. It was a tense time leading up to what we later know was a violent insurrection. And then he says, the thought of not having to deal with Trump, quote, "I truly can't wait. I hate him passionately." This was in 2021. Now let's look at what he claims today.
This survival supply package is like earning a silver star in emergency readiness. We refined our...
We're implicated in this for sure. Yes. It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. You and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
But he had hated Donald Trump and privately confided years before he went to push for his reelection that he looked forward to not having to do this. So how does that add to the record tonight?
Well, I mean, if you go back, I think it's so important that you remind us of the text messages where Tucker truly expressed his feelings about Donald Trump, and then basically got back on the bandwagon when it was ideologically and politically and financially convenient for him, right? And we have witnessed Trump lie to the American public. We have witnessed Trump's paramilitary army effectively murder American civilians. I mean, he has launched tariffs that are such an embarrassment that this week the Department of the Treasury had to open up a website to return the money to small businesses across the country, $200 billion, a massive, massive mistake. I mean, everything this administration has touched has either withered or been revealed to be, I mean, I can't use the language that I want to on this family program, but it is they are worthless.
But Tucker hated him. He hated him passionately.
He hated him passionately, but then was campaigning for his reelection 5 days before, Election Day in 2024. I mean, this is a person who is, I mean, I think the reason that Tucker's so tortured by this is because I think he sees a similar psychology in Trump, the opportunism and the mendacity as a sort of calling card. At the same time, he sees the reality that Americans across the country are seeing, which is gas, $5 a gallon. And that number's not going to go down until 2027, maybe. I mean, the economic stewardship, the broken promises, the fake Jesus memes. I mean, all of this is such a rejection of sort of, if there was anything that was sellable in the Trump platform, he has thrown it out the window. And so what are people like Tucker Carlson left to hold on to? Nothing. And so they have to issue statements like that.
Okay, y'all, I'll be back later. I would actually win the Democrats.
Voters in Virginia.
How long ago was this? An hour ago. Let's go.
Virginia will weigh in today on this unprecedented moment, this unprecedented nationwide realignment of state congressional maps. It could have major implications for the November midterm elections, and it could impact who controls Congress. It's a fight that Donald Trump started with his MAGA Republicans, and with an assist from GOP governors and state legislators, they demanded changes to the congressional maps in states like Texas and Ohio and Missouri. That move backfired spectacularly, with Democrats fighting back in states like California that essentially
The fight back. That fight back ain't no joke.
With their new map, erase the gains that MAGA Republicans made in response to Trump's request. So now in Virginia, Democrats, with the public support, started with his MAGA Republicans and with an assist from GOP governors and state legislators, they demanded changes to the congressional maps in states like Texas and Ohio and Missouri. That move backfired spectacularly, with Democrats fighting back in states like California that essentially, with their new map, erased the gains that MAGA Republicans made in response to Trump's request. So now in Virginia, Democrats, with the public support from former President Barack Obama, are looking to end the fight.
Virginia, we are counting on you. Republicans want to steal enough seats in Congress to rig the next election and wield unchecked power for 2 more years. But you can stop them by voting yes by April 21st. Help put our elections back on a level playing field and let voters decide.
Right now.
Not politicians. This is the responsible thing to do. Help us chart a better path forward, Virginia. Vote yes by April 21st.
I'm going to bring into our coverage former senior advisor to President Biden and Vice President Harris, former mayor of New Orleans, Mitch Landrieu's back. And with me at the table, New York Times opinion writer, political analyst Mark Gay is back with us as well. Mitch, what do you think of this fight and the way voters have processed it in places like California so far?
Well, I think that the Democrats have demonstrated if you want to fight, we're up for it. I mean, they picked this fight. They started it in Texas. I think they're shocked that we fought back so hard and that we're actually winning. And I think Virginia is really just another exclamation point on that. This is a good lesson for Democrats, that you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. And I think we've demonstrated that time and time again. Just to remind everybody, Trump started this in Texas, then North Carolina, then Missouri, then in Florida, and then California and Virginia. We just not only said no, but hell no. And we're going to put an exclamation point on it tonight, and I think it's going to make people feel really good. On top of that, in the last 296 elections that
so they forgot, we can fight. We just had chose not to, but we can.
I think in a perfect world, in an ideal democracy, you would have independent districting commissions, and you would make sure that every single voter in every district got equal representation, no matter what they look like, whether they live in an urban or rural community. But that's not the world that we live in. Right. And I also think in some ways this is a reminder to the Republican Party and the Democrats too that, you know, what you do when you are in control can have consequences when you are not in control.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And so it's been a little over a decade now that voters have been paying much closer attention to state elections, in particular Democratic voters. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, they saw once Donald Trump came on the scene in 2016, you know, why don't we have control over the state house in a state like New York or Michigan? And so now that you have more Democrats in control of these redistricting commissions, this is what's going to happen. And so if the Republicans are going to aggressively gerrymander, which they did for decades, well, this is the Democratic response. And so I think, unfortunately, it's something that is probably necessary. And that's what former President Obama is saying, to keep things competitive, particularly in this environment when the Republicans right now are wreaking havoc in Washington. There should be more competition. More competition is always good for democracy. Yeah. I mean, Mitch, I think what's interesting is at least around California, and we know how the voters feel because that's in the past. We won't get ahead of how Virginians feel because it's happening today, and they're still voting right now as we come on the air. But California voters changed their mind, right? This was before them at a different moment. But to Mara's point, these are not normal times. And the same electorate
that wasn't thrilled about this idea voted overwhelmingly for a new map to, as former President Obama said, as Governor Gavin Newsom said, fight fire with fire.
Well, a couple things. First of all, I was in the state legislature for 16 years, and I went through two very significant redistricting fights. And as a general rule, Mara is right. You want to have fair districts. You want to have districts where voters have access to the polls. That's clearly the way it should be in a normal world. But I think most voters in America are really smart, and they know that President Trump has used and abused his power in massive, massive ways since he's been the president. And they want to put a stop to it. And unfortunately, Donald Trump himself has said the only way that he's going to stop is if you stop him. And so in order to really save democracy, so the opportunity to rebalance the scales in a fair way, this is just what you have to do, or I can't let that happen in this moment. And I think most voters and many independent voters, and you see some Republicans are saying, look, you know, do what you have to do to stop it. Let's use the midterms to just really stop Trump's abuse of power, and then we'll figure out going forward how to rebalance the scale so everything is okay towards the future. But this is absolutely necessary now if the Democrats don't want to commit political death.
Yeah. What's amazing is that Trump, you're right, has said all that out loud. I mean, Trump has essentially conceded the midterm elections if the vote is free and fair. So that
He's
conceded.
He's been very clear that the only
He has
way
conceded.
that he will stop is if you stop him. That's what he
Right.
said. And so he's just inviting people to do it. Now, he's not changing. He's just saying, this is who I am,
Hey,
this
Louis,
is what I am, I'm going to
he
create
ha-
chaos,
it's-
I'm going to engage in corruption, I'm going to raise your
Yeah,
costs, and you can
I
kind
don't
of go
care
to
how
hell.
you sum
know,
it up.
do
That's what it
you need
is.
to do. And so we're going to do what we need to do. And I think that the Democrats have done a good job of it right now.
Okay, y'all, I'll be back later.